Why is the dashboard going so slow? Ah, there we go. There we go. Part 12? 13.5, just to be sure. Yeah, alright. I'll be back momentarily.
serve your queen. Some may wonder why. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, I got another cup of coffee. Should be good to go here. How's everybody doing? Okay, so let's jump into some KSP and let's work on some Star Raker. I got another cup of coffee. Should be good. I'm gonna try to see if we can go all the way to Crew 7, guys. But the coverage for Crew 7 is gonna start like at 11, maybe midnight tonight, and it's gonna go until like 4 in the morning. That might be a little bit of a tall order, so I might have to take a break. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Welcome back. Like those American designs? Yeah, except for the IRAF one. This is not American. They were good, man. They were good. Just kidding. Just kidding. Sounds like a 100 cup of coffee challenge. Crew 7 launches at 8 a.m. for you. Yep. That's 3:30 for me, Dragon. And I started early because of that static fire. That's the reason why I took a long break now, dude. So I could go make sure my life isn't falling apart, or my front yard. It rained a lot today. Make sure my life isn't falling apart. More the front yard though, not less the life thing. Maybe a little bit. Anyway. Thomas, so I like to hop in and look at some underwater ROV operations from the center that Robert Ballard started, and their ROV is on its 1000th dive, and I just found the page with all the data that's flowing in on temperature, speed, depth, oxygen concentration. It works. Oh, nice. Front yard got some trees. Nah. Sinkhole. Sinkhole in the front yard, man. It's where a tree stump was, so it's the wood that rotted out from when they pulled the stump. But yeah, I gotta fix that over the weekend. I got a nice big task. So kind of some trees, but also kind of not. Turn the sinkhole into a skate park. Wish rocket companies had this. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I gotta dig it out. Alucard's about 1 meter wide. I gotta dig it out. We gotta make sure I got all the sinkhole, and then I gotta fill the thing back in, and then pave it down, or compact it so it doesn't happen again. It's a real big pain in the butt, so. Godzilla walks out of the sinkhole. Your instant reaction. Huh. Investigate some huge pit in your yard. No, it's a tree stump, dude. It's like this big. Earth filling or concrete? Do you... Why would I fill it with concrete? Why would I do that? I guess your front yard does have everything, including a sink. A sinkhole, not sink. Make it a fire pit. It's in the front yard. Who has a fire pit in their front yard? That's weird. And I already have a fire pit in the backyard. Did you post your graphic mod list somewhere? Yeah. KSP mods. There it is. Nope. I guess that's not it. I have Astronomer's Visual Pack, Parallax, it's KSP1 mods. Oh, thank you, Thomas. There we go. Scatterer, Waterfall, Parallax, AVP, KRPC, and Kerbal Constructs. they're all minimally invasive mods that just make the game look better and allow me to place buildings down because I like to do that. Care to explain the difference between saturated versus unsaturated steam? Saturated versus unsaturated? I don't know. I don't know. What I assume that saturated is probably steam that has more water in it. I don't know. Maybe it's the amount of water vapor concentration in said steam. Saturated with bacon? Saturated with fats, maybe? I don't know what that means, Forge, to be honest. Zach explained it on his Twitterers. Time to learn! Another perfect example of saturated versus unsaturated steam. You actually see the moment the dry steam takes over. Is this the same thing? Yeah. I'd assume it's steam with a higher water vapor concentration. So that's saturated and this steam is unsaturated. Oh. I looked at the first 5 digits of that tweet, Max, and I was like, oh, it's the same tweet. It's not the same tweet. A lot of folks have mentioned that they can't see any water present while the engines are firing. There are several reasons for this. A very large percentage of the water is converted into dry steam, which is invisible. Wet unsaturated steam is white. All water that is not vaporized should be underneath the flames and will also be forced down to the ground, which makes it very difficult to see. Any remaining water will likely be instantly atomized. This further increases the difficulty to spot the water. With that said, in this footage, which has been slowed down to 10% of its original speed, I feel like I could see atomized water, wet steam around the edges of the flame. What do you think? Yeah, I see what he's talking about. He's been fighting with a guy that's saying SpaceX is violating the Clean Water Act. Oh. That guy. Yeah. You guys don't need to say his name. Oh, yeah. Alright, let me get my gas mask on. I'm going in. Alright, I'm going in. Hazmat suits on. Okay. Prediction. SpaceX is telling the TCEQ, which oversees the environmental protection in the area. I think it's the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality right now with a straight face that the rocket will vaporize 100% of the water. Them fiddling with the timing here is probably a good indication. It's a completely terrible argument, of course, but I bet that's it. Arguments like Zach's saying, arguments like this crack me up. Go with a stormtrooper helmet? I don't want to get shot. It's impossible to vaporize 100% of the water when the system is activated 4 seconds before ignition and will continue for more than 30 seconds after the vehicle clears the pad. This prediction is pure garbage on so many levels. Woo! Wow. right. Well, what's he say? Yeah, bro, it's a stupid argument. That's the point of my post, but it's 100% what SpaceX is going to claim, because otherwise they have an unauthorized discharge on their hands. Patiently waiting for the day one of your predictions come true. Dude, Zach chose violence today. Jeez. Okay, bro. Sorry, your grift is going to evaporate. Let's see. Huh. Give me 1 second. Okay, just checking. All right, cool. I'm gonna have unauthorized discharge in his face. Not that kind of discharge, you dirty. Yeah, Max. You know, like Zach's. Dude, I've been saying it. I've said it like 3 or 4 times this stream already. Zach is not stupid. That man is very smart. Like, I learned a ton about unsaturated water, saturated water. I had a new dick about that a second ago. I'm not even kidding. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't realize that water could have certain steam could have more water vapor in it, but that makes perfect sense, right? It's not one or the other. You don't have like perfect steam and then gas. That makes sense, right? You know, like I like how he takes no crap from nobody. That's cool. My thing with ESG Hound is like, he might be onto something. I don't know. I'm just not. Sorry, I'm not really brushed up on my environmental protection laws. You know what I mean? I don't know. What I'm wondering is how he can be, and this is what I'd ask him. How can you be so sure that they're, like, okay, his thing is that SpaceX is discharging industrial wastewater into an environmentally protected area. Now, at face value, that does kind of seem like what's going on. But I'm just wondering how he can be so sure of this. That, you know, this is industrial wastewater, and the argument that he's making is that wastewater going through the flames, right, because a methane rocket has been introduced into that water, it's by definition industrial wastewater. But my thing is, and Zach and him seem to have gone at it again, is that when the rocket is firing into the water, it's steam. It's not water. It's water vapor. It's not water. So that doesn't necessarily count as a discharge, I don't think. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it would count as a discharge. Because, I mean, maybe? I don't know. Because if this was the case, this is emissions, right? So that means like an airport would be polluting if it's near a wildlife refuge or something every time a plane takes off. Like, what if a plane takes off in the rain? What's that, right? I'm not like 100% sure. But simultaneously, I'm not sure if SpaceX is complying with environmental regulations 100% either. I don't know. What I'm wondering is how he can be so sure that it's industrial runoff, right? I mean, there is water definitely going over the fence, definitely into the wetlands over here, right? But the thing is if that's potable water, then it's not industrial wastewater. If it's drink water, if it's drinking water, if SpaceX is using drinking water, which makes sense, because you don't want to use like salt water or non-potable water, because you could introduce contaminants into an area where the rocket engine could fire, and that could create FOD, right? You would want to use the cleanest water that you can for the deluge system. So if they're using potable water, it's not industrial waste. But see, then again, I'm not saying one way or the other because I don't know any better. It's very interesting to me that people can be so sure. Like that's where that guy loses me. How can you be so sure? How can you be like 100% sure? You're like, and to seem to insinuate that SpaceX is just going to lie about it is kind of, I don't know, man. That seems that seems a little bit like jumping to conclusions. Now, on one hand, could be right. Could be right. SpaceX could be in a world of hurt. But also, on the other hand, you got to read the room. I'm pretty dang sure that if there was an environmental thing that was going on with the pad deluge system, that somebody would have said something by now. Don't you think? Don't you think? Hey, Noswolf, don't you think that? I think it was one of Zach's videos. EJ, they tracked water tankers to the source, both seemingly potable. Yeah, I just like that's. Sometimes you just got to look at what's going on and read the room. They've done many a deluge tests at this point, right? They've done tons of them, and we've heard nothing. Don't you think that the Texas Commission for Environmental Quality, if there was a problem and SpaceX was ignoring them, that they'd say something about it? They'd be like, yep, hey, these guys are in violation of the act. What's going on here? This is ridiculous. Isn't that what happens most of the time? You become vocal about it when some type of environmental protection law gets violated? That's my thing. Like, they've done like 6 or 7 deluge tests at this point. Don't you think somebody would have said something? Like, that's... Walter Peck would be there to flip the switch. Exactly. Exactly. Like, don't you think the EPA would be weighing in at this point? Texas environmental quality? Because that's federal land to the south of Boca Chica. It's federal land. The border with Mexico is not owned by Texas. No border state actually has a border with another country. The federal government owns the strip of land that leads up to the border. That's owned by the Fed. That's the Fed. That's federal land. So, guys, and that's another thing. Are we even sure that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has jurisdiction here? It might be the EPA. There's so many questions to ask that I just am really failing to understand, like, how these conclusions were drawn to. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be a dick either. Like, I would like to have it explained. The guy's never done that. Even when people ask him, he still never does it. I don't understand. Industrial wastewater is something that is used in an industrial process, such as being used to host a chemical reaction or used to move materials or debris. Things that would be susceptible to contamination with something from the process. Turning water into steam is not exactly a process that causes the contamination. Yeah, but the argument that... So, I'll admit, I've looked into it. I've tried... This is what I mean. It's not like I've just heard about what ESG Hound has said. I've actually gone and read some of the stuff he posts about. Just out of curiosity. Because, like, if he's onto something, you know, it might be something to report to you guys, right? Every time someone asks him, like, how can you be so sure what this is? He says, oh, no, I know what it is. Like, every time. Even Zach asked him. I don't understand how you could be so sure. I mean, in Aqualex, he said that. So somebody asked him about wastewater. It's like if they're using Zach. I think it was Zach that asked him. He said, "You're using potable water. So what the heck, right? If they're using potable water, it's not an industrial waste process." And then he pivoted to that heated water. The heat is industrial. So if you heat up water and you dump it into a protected land, that violates the Clean Water Act, because introducing heat into a protected environment is polluting. That's what the argument was. Per a new post by ESG, they do know about it and are evaluating the deluge system, and that they got complaints about the system as well. Can we... So when I dump my pasta water down the drain, I'm polluting. Well, long balls, that's treated. The drains in your house is treated either through a septic system or through a sewage treatment plant, right? But also, if you dumped boiling water down the storm drain, that's the difference here. The post you mentioned. right, well, let's read. Let's read real quick. We'll get into Kerbal in a moment. I'm just kind of curious. If you break the spaghetti, you're in violation of the Italian Pasta Act, and we will come after you. It's illegal in Italy to do that. You don't break the spaghetti. All right, well, let's see. SpaceX has committed a serious violation. Why would you put that in quotes? In State Water Code at its Boca Chica facility, according to records obtained from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the violation was discovered during a February 2023 inspection by the regulatory agency. SpaceX was issued a notice of enforcement in June, which cited the company as being out of compliance with stormwater permanent. Yeah, see, it's stormwater. It's classified as stormwater. That's what I mean about putting it down the drain versus putting it in the storm drain. But that's stormwater permitting. A deluge system is not stormwater. That's not even the argument that he's making. The argument that he's making is that it's industrial waste. But industrial waste down a non-treated avenue could potentially be a violation. I'm reading, Kyron. Let me see. SpaceX didn't have a stormwater permit at all, something I observed as non-compliant on numerous times on this publication and on Twitter, dating as far back as April 2022. TCEQ also cited the company for not implementing best management practices required to minimize incidental washout and pollution associated with rainfall events. If CO2 is a product of the rocket exhaust, adding CO2 to H2O makes it acidic. So I could see how that would even be considered industrial wastewater. Okay. TCEQ, Oregon region, received a complaint alleging industrial stormwater concerns. Facilities alleging in violation of the 30 Texas Administrative Code TAC Section 281.25A4 for failure to obtain permits for stormwater discharges. Of stormwater associated with industrial activity that has not been obtained. It should be noted that industrial activities associated to S1C code 3761 are required to obtain coverage under a TPDES MSGP prior to commencing operation. TCEQ's investigator chided the company in the inspection report for the lack of registration and BMP implementation, stating that the investigation verified that the company had explicit prior knowledge of the state's stormwater permitting requirements, in particular noting that SpaceX's engine test facility in McGregor has an active stormwater permit. Note, this is a cute way of telling SpaceX that they can't play dumb about the permitting requirement and was used to justify enforcement and penalties. I'll bet this is about runoff of their paved area, not the deluge issues. Well, this is stormwater. So, Aqualex, the guy says that they're in violation of stormwater activities, right? And then proceeds to say that industrial waste if industrial waste goes down the stormwater provisions that are there, then SpaceX could be turning a blind eye to it. Did I understand that right? Do you think I did I not conflict? Am I making a mistake somewhere? I want you to actually double check me. Yeah, EJ just missed it. All right, Travis. Let me see. It was near the top, just below the break. All right. Now, SpaceX has been manufacturing SpaceX for some time, years in fact. They should have a stormwater permit. They should have had a stormwater permit in place long ago, but they didn't ask. In 6 months after the above condition was placed upon them, there still isn't one. Don't take my word for it. TCEQ confirms that there are only 1 domestic wastewater reuse authorizations and two construction stormwater general permits associated with the Starbase production site. So they do have permits. They have permits. They've had permits this whole time. The permits are for construction stormwater. There's construction stormwater general purpose and 1 domestic wastewater reuse authorization. So they have permits. The permits are just for the construction of said systems, not the use of said systems. Is that the argument that's trying to be made here? But Starbase is, I mean, yeah, exactly. You already said it. Starbase is under construction. It's in constant flux. Don't you think because it's in constant flux all the time that a construction stormwater general permit would probably be more applicable because of the construction nature and the constantly changing environment of Starbase? Like, if anybody here has some like legal jargon, maybe, I don't know, like. The argument seems to be that they think it's because it's being used, construction permits don't count. Huh. Right after the white banner, it said this has to do with the stormwater system and not the deluge system. This enforcement event is related to stormwater permitting and does not involve a newly installed deluge system in Boca Chica, which requires separate individual industrial discharge permits. Okay. All right, guys. I have an idiot question, and I'm trying to be down the road about this, right? Like middle of the road, because that's if people are gonna listen to what I have to say, every claim, no matter how seemingly ridiculous it is, I want to look into. The idea is to show people how to critically think. You look. This guy's making these claims. I want to see a backup. I want you to write it out. And the thing is that Hound looks like he does do a good amount of homework in regard to this, saying that SpaceX violated this. It's a violation of this act, this code, this thing, and he seems to do his due diligence with asking the TCEQ on what's going on with SpaceX and their permits and stuff. But you're missing one thing. If I'm understanding this right, you seem to be missing one thing. No one has done anything about this. Now, okay. Here's the thing. No one's done anything about this. The deluge system SpaceX has been building that for a long time. The implication here that Hound seems to try to make is that SpaceX is lying to the TCEQ, or he's just not telling them anything, right? They're just turning a blind eye to it because we're SpaceX, we're too busy, right? But don't you think the Environmental Quality Commission, would be pissed if that happened? That's the one thing I'm failing to understand here. If SpaceX was truly in violation of all these permits, don't you think they would have been pissed? Hound has been saying, they're in violation of this, they're in violation of this, they're in violation of this, they're in violation of this. Yet the Environmental Quality Commission don't do anything. They're just like, we gotta inspect it, we gotta figure out what they made, and we have to do a report on it, but due diligence can be a cover for spin conflation and an agenda. Often people will do their due diligence and then cherry pick things to make themselves sound more valid. Aqualix, that's okay. So I'm just trying to reduce this down. And maybe I'm biased towards SpaceX because I love what they do. I love spaceflight, and I don't think my bias towards spaceflight should be taken into account here in analysis. I try to not do it, but my one thing here is, Well, if this is such a big problem, don't you think someone would do something about it? Like, that's it. You know, you have all this information, you have all these codes and these violations, and you get reports on the TCEQ, but don't you think if SpaceX was truly screwing up the ground around it, the TCEQ would be like, yeah, they're absolutely doing that. Don't you think that if he asked them about it, they would make a statement saying as such? They're in violation. They don't have the right permit. That's not what they said when he went to ask them. Which I do appreciate the effort. I really do, honestly. Like, effort is effort, right? But where I'm getting confused is that the question he asked the TCEQ wasn't, is SpaceX in violation of these? The question he asked, per his own article, right, is, do they have permits for stormwater discharge? Why would you ask that question when the entire thing that you're trying to put together here is if they're violating stormwater, if they don't have the right stormwater permits for the deluge system? Why wouldn't you just go ask TCEQ this? Why wouldn't you just ask them? It's just very strange to me that he wouldn't do that. And that right there kind of, like, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions myself. That right there kind of tells me that, you're doing all this research, you're putting out all this stuff, but you're missing one big detail. They're not in violation of anything. It's very strange that you would come to that conclusion. You would presume guilt here. Especially if you're trying to do an op-ed analysis and appear to be impartial about said analysis. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I'm not going to argue on SpaceX's behalf because I love SpaceX. Like, why would I not tell you that? It's pretty obvious. I don't know if you look behind me. It's just very strange to me, like, you wouldn't go for the money question. Why wouldn't you ask TCEQ if they're in violation of any water acts? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you do that, right? That doesn't make any sense. Exactly, and he makes it a big deal about the delusion violating permits. Then one tiny sentence nearly hidden in the rest of the monster post admits the two aren't related. The EPA also tends to not be gentle where water pollution is in question. Poison, that's my other argument. TCEQ might not be involved here. Boca Chica is extremely close to the U.S. border with Mexico. That might be federal land. If it is federal land, TCEQ has no jurisdiction here. Don't you think you'd, want to ask that question if you were trying to argue in favor of environmental protection? Am I missing something here? I don't... And I'm trying to be impartial. I'm trying to remove my bias about SpaceX. Don't you think you would ask these questions? It's like you'd go right to the source and be like, are they violating anything? Or you'd go right to the EPA. Is this federal land? Why wouldn't you ask those questions? Why are you so angry? I'm a streamer on the internet, Trigger. I got plenty. I'm a person on the internet. I have plenty of things to be angry about. I'm on the internet. It's what people do. Just whine on the internet. That's the norm. Why are you confused by this? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. No, dude. It's just people that are just rustling jimmies, man. That's all. People whine it. Of course people whine on the internet. It's what it's made for. It was made for people whining. And other things. The first time I've seen you smile. Well, thanks for making me crack smile. No, there's this guy that goes and says stuff on Twitter. What I'm about to... dude, these words coming out of my mouth are going to make me angry again. No, there's this guy on Twitter that says, that posts all this stuff about environmental code that says that SpaceX, every time they launch their rockets in Texas, are violating all the environment, and he picks fights with people, he yells at this guy, yells at this guy. I'm trying to figure out, why? Why? Actually, Trigger, I'm trying to figure out why he's so angry. Why are you so angry? And in doing that, I'm kind of making myself just rustling my jimmies over here, man. Can I get a TLDR about what happened today? SpaceX had a static fire of the booster, dude, and it was excellent. It was excellent. I've been gawking over that thing for like the last 5 hours. Ignore the trolls. Trigger isn't a troll. He's just messing with me, dude. It's the internet, man. All right. It's the internet, man. You can't put yourself out on the internet in public like I do and not expect people to screw with you. It's the internet. All right? I come from a time in the internet where people said horrible things to each other. I just met this guy. Oh, like, I'm not even going to go into detail. I played Halo 2 when Xbox Live just became a thing. I've heard everything in the book, man. If it's one thing that I've learned, and this helps me with streaming, everyone's trying to mess with you at all times. Just the quicker you figure that one out, the better your experience is going to be. COD 4 multiplayer, Counter-Strike. I played all that. Battlefield. Oh, I've heard everything in the book, man. I've been called everything under the sun. You know? No, I'm not. You don't know me. Just watch the static fire. The thing has some serious beans. You see that, Owens? She's a beast. Yeah, everything. Other things that are outside of the book. The plots around the pad are owned by the Texas Park and Wildlife, with land further south being owned by the U.S. government. Okay, cool. Yeah. But your mom was popular during that era. Boys, and if I repeated some of the stuff that I heard on the internet from like 2002 to 2008, I'd get banned off Twitch pretty quick, man. Dude, people just say some horrible people out there. You think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? Then there's the live leak era. Oh, dude, live leak era. Watching footage from the sandbox. Oof. Yeah, I did that. There's some messed up videos on that website. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, cool. Did someone say an hour and 20 minutes of... No. No, make it stop. I can't do it. I don't know what I was expecting. I will never get someone threatening to... Reindeer, oh my goodness. Yeah, I heard about it, Alleviate. I haven't seen it because I've been working, but yeah. Yeah, that hound dude, I don't understand. You know, I just don't, kind of close that book. I don't get it. I don't get it, because if you were right about half of this stuff, somebody would have stepped in and said, SpaceX, screw you, you can't do this. Like, I don't know, man. Very weird. A very wise man by the name of Jim Morrison once said, people are strange. Oh, that's the end of the quote. Yeah, no, it's a good song. Anyway. I will hunt you down and destroy you if you put us through that godforsaken song one more time. That's fair. Wise, no. Nitpicky, yes. Yeah, but it is what it is, dudes. I mean, he's saying that SpaceX is a violation of this, violation of that, violation of this, violations of that. Okay, where's the fine? Where's the fine, dudes? Where's the fines? Fines? permits, court cases. Where is that? I don't see any of that. I mean, don't get me wrong, you could be right, but until we see something about that, you just keep yammering on, dude. Like, all right, you might be right. Who knows? Was it drugs or alcohol that got Morrison? I think it was both, actually. Yeah. Nova Raptors link. Ooh, more links. Starship update. The FCC permits for the 7th through the 23rd of February next year. Yep. Max, what's up? My point earlier was that he does seem to do his homework all the time and appears to sound so serious. Well, basically nothing he complained about the past 3 years came true. Bingo. Like, Max, that's exactly it. You're right. That is it to a T. Like, okay, say you're right about half of this stuff. Don't you think that somebody would have sued them by now? Like, don't you think the EPA would have said no? Or, like, you don't have a launch license or something? Or you can't launch because you're violating a Wildlife Protection Act or something? And yet, we sit here with Nova Raptors link that just linked that has FCC permits for Starship Flight 2. And then we have the notice to marine traffic, the notice to marine traffic for Flight 2 also being issued. Like, this guy's saying one thing and saying that, oh, they're screwed, but SpaceX just keeps complying with stuff, and permits for launching just keeps happening. It's very, very strange behavior. People are suing the FAA, but that was for the debris from IFT-1, yeah. Don't worry about it, Hellfish. It's a guy that, if you want to go look, it's a guy that argues with CSI Starbase, argues with Zach on X Twitter all the time. I think the U.S. government is a bit bipolar when it wants. It's not about Earth, it's about the money. I mean, Jow Dubs, maybe. You might be right, dude. You might be right. Prove it. Do the opposite of what he does. Prove it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. How you don't know. I mean, we can presume and we can have our suspicions, right? But that doesn't hold up in court. That does. People don't rule in favor of something or another in a court case because they feel that way. You know, like that's not how this works. At least that's not how it should work. But that's a whole nother can of worms. Don't want to get into. Yeah, Minnie, I don't understand that. Yeah. Got Starfield pre-installed? No, Alleviate. I won't pre-order Starfield. Fallout 76 made me never want to pre-order a game ever again. I'm never doing that again. I'll buy Starfield when it comes out. Or maybe pre-order like a couple hours before the game comes out, right? So we can download it and play it right when it releases. Yeah, Hellfish, it's just very strange, you know? Like, I don't get it, man. Yeah, 76 did it for... Yeah, 76 was kind of my last frick to give, Rex. I've said many times, and I don't like saying this because there's so many Bethesda games that are so freaking good, but 76 was what got me to the point where I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'll buy it when it comes out. And if you guys are still skeptical about it, well, you can be dang sure. You have my word that I will play the absolute snot out of that game and try to break it at every corner. Because that's what I do with video games. I try to break them. So, if you're on the fence about it and don't want to pre-order but want to see some gameplay, come in here. I'll show you. I'll break the snot out of that game. With that being said, it does look pretty cool. I did fall for Todd Howard's hook again. You know, like, the guy's a hell of a salesman. But I'm still not pre-ordering it. It just looks like a good game. I only have it installed because of Game Pass, yeah. Fallout 2 was the last one I played. I wasn't into the whole FPSing of the franchise. See, Hellfish, the interesting thing about Fallout with me is that Fallout 3 was the first Fallout game I ever played. In the late 90s, I was playing Brood War, Starshi's Tribes, And then in the 90s, a beta test for a new type of shooter game called Battlefield 1942 came out. That's what I was playing in the 90s. That and N64, right? I never played Fallout. I played Fallout 3 was my first Fallout. I played it and I loved the franchise so much. I went back and played 1 and 2. And it's awesome. They're such good games. And Fallout 4 takes place in Massachusetts, so I have to like it. 76 was such a disappointment for everyone who loved Bethesda to that point that most of us are like, yeah, I'll wait a few days. Yep. 1942 DC. Oh, Desert Combat, man. Good times. Falcon 9 and Dragon at the pad in Florida. Heck yeah, man. That's what I was doing in the late 90s. I was like 10. 10-year-old being exposed to the full onslaught of an unregulated internet in the 90s. That explains a lot. Yeah, that explains a lot. Chow dubs. I didn't mean that, but also. Oh, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. It's a hell of a time to be alive. Yeah. That explains a lot. All right, guys. Let's do this. Did you say you had earth moving needs? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Oh, that was 2 times. Look at it. It's a little mini excavator. It's so cute. I want it. But also, I can't afford that. But also, look, this is a little babby excavator. Look at the little baby. It's just a small boy. This is a small boy excavator. All right. This is a small boy excavator. This is so cute. It's got a little plow on it. Oh. You can get that to fill in your sinkholes. Actually, that would be super useful. But I'll just go rent one, guys. I'm not spending 6 G's on a mini excavator. Even though I kind of want it. But that's yeah. Started watching Diesel Creek. My gosh, he makes me want old iron. You started watching Diesel Creek. Oh boy. Yeah. It's the truck bug, Noswolf. What I fail to tell people is that if you don't like pickup trucks, right? And you're like, what the hell? Why do people like pickup trucks so much? That's so weird. If you get exposed to it in a certain way, you will become a pickup truck person. It's a rabbit hole. Yeah, I was never a pickup truck person. I always liked cars. And then I got the 59. And now I love pickup trucks. I don't know, man. I don't know. Trucks are a rabbit hole. Be careful. Look at how many people, just on a side note, look at how many people, Noswolf, like, knew nothing about trucks, then played a game like Farm Simulator or American Truck Simulator, and now they're like, hell yeah, trucks. I'm like, yes. We have a couple whacker Newson 803. Nice, Kimber. All right. Again, I need you to stop calling me out. Farming Sim, you got over a few hundred hours into it. Yep. Take the pickup truck pill, man. Pickup trucks are the best. Super useful. I'm not talking like these lifted trucks with like 30 bajillion inch tires or something. I'm talking like an actual pickup truck. Like the one you get in Farming Simulator, or ones you get in Snow Runner. Those are pickup trucks. That's what I'm like. Proper utility vehicles. That's what I'm all about, dude. I love that stuff. Love my 97. That truck's a beast. Yeah, there you go, Ramsey. I wouldn't own a truck Not for not seeing the utility, they're just too big for where you live. That's fair, Norath. But also mini trucks exist. Like a Hilux. That's how they fell in love with driving back in the early mid-teens. Yep. You're playing Farming Simulator right now. All right. There you go. Could use a stream rebuild plus a write-off. Excavators are super useful for more than excavating, too. Yeah. K-truck import. Oh, I love K-trucks. I love K-trucks. K-trucks are cool. I can't really fit in one, Lexi, but I do like them. Yeah, I could do with a K-truck. Little Daihatsu. Hell yeah. Yeah, that would be sweet. Be a little crazy driving that around on the road, though. Like on a highway, I wouldn't do that. Tigris, you started with a 78 F100. Bought 2 brick noses, several dent sides, and now on an OBS diesel. I'm telling you, pickup trucks are a rabbit hole, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's very strange. Yeah, Elvish, I don't want to do that. Anyway. Alright, dudes, let's get the tunage going. Cool. Tunage. There we go. See your last. What's up, Panther? Snaps ratchet down. This puppy ain't going nowhere. There you go. Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. 76 Gran Torino. Oh, Tigris, you got good taste, man. 76 Gran Torino. Alright. Nice. Now, if you're going to Japan in a few months, I might get a photo of my 6'10" besides a K truck. Dude, Noswolf, I went to Japan in 2012. This was like a couple of months before I started streaming not full time, but started streaming a lot. I went to Japan, and I went with my buddy who has cousins over there, and his cousins invited us over. I'm 6'4", couldn't fit in the damn house. I had to like duck in the door jams. Like, my buddy's cousins were coming up to me and they were like, oh, like on my arm. Like they walked up and just, oh. I'm like, hi, what are you doing? I'm like, what? Yeah, okay. All right, this is fine. Sure. You know what? I'm not trying to be a jerk. This story 100% happened. Like, I was like, all right, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, real life caveman, dude. I had to duck going through the doors. The door jams were only 6 feet. They were 2 meter, so I was like, hi. I felt like I was in a Hobbit house. And then, like, another thing is that it's not taboo to stare at people in Japan. So you walk down the street, people stare at you. That's not weird in Japan, apparently. That's just a thing. So, like, I'm walking down the street, everyone's like, I'm like, oh, what the hell is happening here? Also, don't spit in the street. They get mad. No, I didn't do that. I saw somebody do it. Did you stop to stare back? No. Well, I didn't know at first, Theok, so I was just like, this is weird. Look at this monstrous freak. Yeah, maybe. They're probably like, they're probably not great. Another American. Lovely. I know, because if I lived in Japan and Americans kept coming, I'd be like, oh, great. Another American. Lovely. Fantastic. Also, stabbing your meal with chopsticks is taboo. Never did that. I just couldn't pick the stuff up, and I dropped my food, which is also not cool, apparently. I'm like, oh, that's good. I don't know how to use chopsticks. Do you have a fork? I'm trying to not make that much of a fool of myself here. Yeah. Tessa, I did 16 rounds of sake with my buddy's grandpa, who was 95 years old at the time. And probably weighed maybe 100 pounds at best. And this 95-year-old Japanese man drank me under the table. Sixteen rounds, we killed like 4 bottles of sake that night. I'm not even mad. Should I be mad about this? We went to this nice restaurant at the top of a skyscraper in Nakano, right? And he's like, EJ, I heard you like a sake. And I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, I really like it, yeah. And then he did it again. And I was like, Kanpai! And then he did it again, and then he did it again, and he did it again, and he did it again. And I'm like, I'm talking to my buddy, I'm like, dude, why are we drinking so much? And he's like, oh, I told him you like sake. I'm like, oh. Yep. Yep. That happened. Yeah. So the thing about sake, fellas, is that it breaks late. You'll drink it and you're like, oh, that's not so bad. I'm not even getting that drunk. This is great. You know, we had a good time. Drank a ton. We were walking out of this place. I remember it's a big skyscraper that's kind of next to the train station. And we were close to the train station. And the last thing I've told this story on stream before if you heard it, but you haven't heard it. The last thing I remember was we were riding back on the subway train back towards Shinjuku. And I remember the train going into a tunnel. That's the last thing I remember. I blanked after that. I woke up the next day face down in the hotel room. I was sleeping on the floor. I didn't make it all the way to the bed. And I woke up the next day, I'm like... And I woke up the next day at like 4 in the morning because I was jet lagged, right? So I'm waking up here and I'm like, what the frick happened? What happened? And I'm talking to my buddy, and I told him exactly what I just told you guys. I was like, oh, the last thing I remember is... What is the last thing we did? My buddy's like, I don't really know. And I'm like, the last thing I remember is us the train going into a tunnel. And he goes, dude, we were on an elevated train. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, well, that's embarrassing. All right. Yep, I have no clue what happened. What happened between that and the next day? I have no idea. I don't know. My buddy doesn't. We don't remember. I was fine. I woke up the next day. Okay. I'm just. Yep. Okay. So I'm fairly confident that the train going into a tunnel was me falling over and blacking out on the subway. That's good. That's great. Lovely. Yep. I would hope you just went straight to bed. Don't know, Sneaky. Can you imagine Tres Comas Me in downtown Tokyo? Well, not downtown Tokyo. It would have been Shinjuku. Which is... Shinjuku and Shibuya are like Times Square. Like, it's the very, very, very lots of stuff part of the city. Tres Comas Me on a Friday night in Tokyo, in Shinjuku. That I can't guarantee that I just went back to bed, dude. I have no idea. Like, I'm not even kidding. I have no idea. Don't know. Yeah. I don't know what happened. Dude, I don't want to know. I didn't wake up like bruised or cut or anything the next day, so clearly we didn't get too crazy, but... Yeah. The only other time I've ever been that plastered was the Tres Comas stream. So New Year's Eve 2020. That... where I killed a handle on stream. And then the next day promptly deleted the VOD when I woke up in the bathtub. Yep. Well, that's embarrassing. Alright, cool. Really wish I didn't say that on the internet, but hey, whatever. It's alright. Yep. really wish I didn't tell you that, but hey, whatever. It's okay. Anyway, Star Raker time. Let's go. How are those wings coming along? They're coming along great. It's just great. Alright. Oh well. Yeah, Blue. Yeah. It was good times. It was a good time. It was fun. Hey, you're here to teach. That was a good lesson. You know what? That's a good way of looking at that. Alright, so the R12 variant is the one that has the prototype hinges on it. Flight Test 4, the FT4 file, is the one that we were flying around. You were hoping for a good decade. Started off very wrong. Jeez, you're right. Yeah, I remember. Everybody's so optimistic. The Roaring 20s are coming. Oops. I don't want to click on that link. I'm serious. Then the Kofifi hit. Yeah. It was a work-related accident. Yeah, I'm going to file workers' comp. So, we've done a lot of fixes on the flight test thing, like particularly with the Kraken Tech hinges and stuff. And I also shored up the rudder. We do need to... Excuse me. We do need to work on the rudder a little bit. Oh, actually, that's right. I left myself a list of things to do. Fix front wing surfaces. Oh, you pinned Sirius's link. That's good. Explain how chat drove the tractor into the freaking lake. I'll wait. Alright, I'll explain. Here's the first, there's two reasons. I don't want to know what's coming here. I don't want to know. I don't... Alright, hang on. Let me mute it. Let me mute it for a second. Colorful. Well, okay. Well then, all right. I don't remember saying that. Oops. Okay. And you say I'm a jerk. Oh, you are. don't remember saying that to you, dude. I really don't. That's awful, but it is pretty funny. You could have two reasons. Roasted. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty funny. I'm laughing kind of only halfway out of embarrassment. It's pretty funny, dude. The funniest part of New Year's 2020 is that you actually won GTA racing while hammered. Really? Huh. I love roasted, then you presumably eat roasted peanuts? So true. I didn't even notice that, man. That's pretty funny. Why, Fanta? You found the fish that day? Blood Fam got thrashed that night, RJ. I remember that. Okay. What the Star Raker doing? Alright, so I think we'll keep working on the FT4 file, and I'll just Star Raker prototype revision 13. Okay, so let's put the date in there. 25. 2,000 meters a second at 70 kilometers was the record for this. So, like, we got a list of things. Fixed front wings. We need to make tank fairings. We need to work on the wing leading edge. Rudder, elevon, Kraken Tech surfaces. Detail pass on the rudder. RCS, batteries. Maybe radiators for Goliaths if needed. Optimize drag as much as possible. Cargo bay and cargo bay accessories. We need to put an airlock so people can get in and out. Flags is the only thing that's labeled there. I forget if past me wanted flags and flags from an aero optimization point, or flags like you need to put markings on the plane. Why did you change over to vectors? The gimbal. The gimbal authority is what I needed, RJ. And fuzzy dice, snacks. Okay, cool. Fix the front wing surfaces. All right. Okay. So, if you guys are unfamiliar with what this thing is, this is a Kerbal adaptation of Rockwell's Star Raker SSDO concept from the late 70s. It was a concept and never made it off the drawing board. Like, actually. They drew up some plans, did some analysis, and then the project never went anywhere. What Star Raker essentially is basically a space shuttle, a C-5 Galaxy, an XB-70, Concorde, and an SR-71 all rolled into one plane. This plane would have been double the size of a 747 at the very least. Used liquid hydrogen fuel tanks, and basically had an external tank from the space shuttle program shoehorned up the back end with 3 shuttle engines and 2 shuttle orbiter maneuvering engines. Flanked on the outsides of those are basically 10 SR-71 motors. Yeah, turbo ramjets. But it's a hybrid air turbofan turbo exchanger ramjet, meaning they just took a bunch of cool words and put them together to make the engine. Yeah. Hybrid turbofan ram air turbine exchanger hybrid turbo. You think I'm kidding? We have a document here, right? We have a document here that details the engine. That has a detail, like a side view of the motor. Look at the name. Multi-cycle air-breathing engine turbofan air turbo exchanger / ramjet. You just said a bunch of engine terms and just crudely put them together. It needs Chris vectors to go with your vector engine. I don't need firearms near something with that in it. That's probably not a good idea. Should have just called it the Turbo Encabulator. Ironically, it's Rockwell that made this. It was proposed by the same people that made the space shuttle. Rockwell International had the contract for the space shuttle, the B-1. They also, in previous endeavors, built the XB-70, F-86 Sabre, Apollo CSM. Like, Rockwell is actually pretty heavy on the ridiculous plane design front. Just because you had the word turbo doesn't make it faster. It does, though, in this example. Can't believe they didn't with moving adjustable exhaust. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's about as close to a jet engine, rocket engine as you can get, but also a throttleable jet rocket engine with a variable plug nozzle design, which, how much complication you want? All of it. All of it. Yeah. They basically wanted to take Convair 990 turbofan, put that in the front, and then an air turbo ramjet, put that in the back, and then have turbofans in the center that freewheel when you're in ramjet mode, and then they wanted to pump liquid hydrogen through the turbine wheels, through the turbofan turbine wheels while in ramjet mode to make a spinning intercooler for the ramjet. Air turbo exchanger manifold, LH2 Rankine cycle. They wanted to have a turbofan that you could pump hydrogen through, liquid hydrogen. And then the hydrogen exchanges the heat with the intake air, and then the hot hydrogen gets shot through the ramjet fuel injector. And then put that all inside of a regeneratively cooled rocket engine. I'm not even kidding. This is just a rocket engine with the where the injector plate should be is just an air intake. Yeah, it doesn't even include the intake geometry, yeah. I don't know if they were, Tessa, but yeah, it's very similar to Chrysler's rotary regenerator project for the turbine car. That's very similar to it, which is... Alright. Alright. So, if they had no problem shoehorning a jet engine and a ramjet together with an intercooler, you know, that's basically what I did. Like, they're SR-71 engines on steroids. You know, I just crudely placed a Whiplash inside of a Goliath engine with, you know, inside of a rocket-shaped thing. It works, kind of. All right. To get us in the mood of things, how about we give this thing a test flight and let's just make sure we got to mess with the front wing surfaces. Was there ever a prototype of that engine built? No, Jim. The closest thing was the Convair 990 because the Convair 990 engines are CJ805-23s, which is a bypass turbofan, a high bypass turbofan variant of the CJ805, which is a J79 from an F4 Phantom. It's a bypass variant of that with the it's a J79 with the afterburner taken off the back and a turbofan there instead. The fan is actually on the back of the engine, not on the front like if you look at the Goliath. It's weird, dude. It's weird. It's a weird design. So the Goliath has the fan part up at the front and the jet engine part in the back. The CJ805-23 has the fan at the back and the jet engine at the front, which is just weird. That's just weird. Did we reach the assessment where we accept that rocket engine shall be overclocked or not enough thrust? Everything is overclocked to 2,000%. Here, Cosmo, I'll show you what it does. We really need to focus on reducing drag, but we'll give her with a test flight here. Legata, how do you think this would do? Is this America enough for you? I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. What? Interrupt? Cosmo, you asking questions like this helps me. That's part of the reason why I can stream for so long. Please ask more questions. As long as they're pertaining to subject matter. Is Freebird copywritten? Yeah, absolutely. Of course it is. Leonard Skinner, the gym teacher, owns it. If you understand that reference, good for you. Good for you. I'm impressed. Alright. Can you type math into the search bar? No. Okay. Alright. Make sure the AC, the air engine overclocks are good. Make sure the rocket OCs are good. Verify thrust output readings are on the money. They are. Okay, cool. Next thing we need to do is get the Kraken Tech control surfaces working. Same vessel collision on the control surfaces is enabled. Now unlock the control surfaces. K-Tech control surfaces. Okay. Headphone users, this might get loud. Sorry, I just gotta balance the audio. Alright, we're good. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Here. It'd be nice if I had my rate indicator up here so I could actually see if it's a positive rate and not just say it. Okay, we have good climb. So, let's take a look at those front control surfaces. So this is the aero diagnostic. If you hit F12 in Kerbal 1, you can see what the plane is doing while it's flying through the air. So, we said we needed to clean up the front aero control surfaces. The reason why is because... Alright, so let me pause the simulation for a second so I can talk to you guys. So, take a look. We're making a lot of lift. The blue in this aero simulation for Kerbal, or the aero indicator, blue is lift. That's lift being generated, okay? If the lines are going down, then it's downforce. So some of the plane is pulling back. Well, most of it is pulling up. That's why we're going up, because if these lines down here were longer than those lines, we'd be going down, right? So because we're using this weird wing shape, we do have some wings that actually pull down, which we should probably try and fix or minimize as best as we can, but some shapes just need to be there. Like that shape going into the intake, you wouldn't really get lift downforce from that, but you'd get drag from it, but that's another story. So, now, our total drag here in our indicator says we're making 2.7 meganewtons of total drag. Two meganewtons of that, or 2,000 kilonewtons, are lift-induced drag, meaning that the wing, a byproduct of lift, is making drag. Most of the drag that we're making right now is because of lift, but some of it isn't. Enter other lines here, the red lines. The red lines are drag. That shows if something is slowing you down. Everything's going to make drag that flies through the air in one way or another. But right now, most of our drag is coming from our wing shape. If you go and zoom in on every wing, right, they do have a red line. It's just inside the shape right there. You can't really see it, but they are making some drag. That's what this LID is. It's all these red marks in here all combining into one. Now, that's what the flags comment was about. Gotcha. So, here's the thing. Not all of the drag and the lift-induced drag is all of the drag that we're making right now. Like that. This wing pulling us down is no good. That's pulling us down a fair bit. That's bad. You ideally want your craft to be able to fly with the least amount of this. The reason is because, well, if you look at some of these wings that are up at the front of Star Raker, you can see there's a lot of weird lines that are going off in all different directions. Like this one right here. See this one that goes up like that? That's going this way. Where's that line actually coming from here? It's coming from that wing. See that one? How much? Now, I'm going to unpause it here, so headphone users, it's going to get loud again. That wing is making 65 kilonewtons of lift. But here's the thing. 65 kilonewtons of lift, that's not going against gravity. That's not going perfectly up and down, because the reason lift is there is to combat the force of gravity. Gravity's going to push you down. Lift will pull you up, right? If you don't have lift that's basically aligned with the force of gravity, well, they got a word for that. It's not lift. It's called drag. So these wings are being figured into my total lift amount here. But in the reality of the situation is that these wings are causing drag. They're slowing me down. Because if you look at the lift vector is tangent to the way the vehicle's going. Vehicle is going that way. Lift is going that way. That's drag. But it's just not being indicated as drag because it's a wing. Wings generate lift in Kerbal, right? They generate blue. That's no good. This front wing structure needs to be redone. It needs to be remade. It is pulling me down badly. Badly. Especially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very bad. That's the worst offenders for those lines. These lines that are popping out. Those are those wings. Most of the wings on this are pointing straight up, which is good. Some of them are pointing down, and that does kind of suck. But these ones that are pulling down here on the bottom of our wing structure at the very back are actually pulling the nose up. We want that. We want positive pitch moment. I don't want to throttle the engines, for instance, and have the plane want to nose into the ground. Throttling the engines brings the nose up because the center of thrust is underneath our center of mass. That makes the nose of the plane come up and makes these wings pull the back of the plane down and makes these wings generate more lift because they're forcing that position. So actually having some of these lines pulling down, I see a lot of people asking about them over the last couple of streams. Having these lines pull down at the back is okay. But these ones right here, these ones that are pulling down right on the center of mass, they ain't doing me any favors. And these ones up here that are pulling down, those ones are really screwing me over. And that's, let me just make sure. Those lines, what are those going to? That's coming from that wing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got to rebuild that. We got to use something else. Anyway, let's keep our ascent going. Flags to replace them? Something like that, Nova, yep. What's that, Cherno? Let me zoom out while we're ascending. But if you compound your drag vectors, which are symmetrical, is the result going up? Yes, but also, if you have wings like that are on a plane that are like this, right? and they're generating a bunch of lift in this direction, they're still generating a lot of drag that way as well. They're basically acting like a gigantic speed brake. Now, each one is canceling themselves out because it's symmetrical. If they weren't canceling each other out, we'd go to the side, right? But since they're symmetrical, they do cancel each other out, so the vehicle still flies straight, right? But all that force that's getting applied this way doesn't need to be there. We don't need that there. So at the very best case scenario, right? Very best case scenario, the wing lift is canceling each other out, but you're still making drag. That's just one extra thing that you don't really need on the vehicle. That's why I need to figure out another thing to replace them with. That's a good question, though. More coffee. I'm not going to remove all of them, Cherno. Like, these guys back here, those ones, it's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a problem. It's just these ones up here that have all these spikes that are going in different directions. Like, that wing, that wing, that wing, those are probably okay. These wings up at the front, if anything, are balancing out my center of lift. But we still, like, basically, I'm trying to get rid of the ones that aren't really uniform. See how, like, once you look at the front of the vehicle, it loses its, like, all these lift vectors on the back wing are all pointed up in the same direction. These ones start pointing all in different directions, but you're still getting some uniform lift up there. That's the lift that's helping me. This stuff, and these ones kind of are, but these ones are absolutely not. Oh yeah, the yellow lines are control surface authority, by the way. That's the control surface lift authority measured in kilonewtons. That's right, Joe. Not only that, Joe, we're flying with a full fuel load here. All the tanks are full. Thanks for the detailed explanation. Yeah, no problem, Cherno. Now, I like doing these crazy builds in Kerbal, but I'm also here to teach you guys about this stuff. You have questions about Kerbal or real life aerodynamics and stuff. I'm not the best at real life stuff, but in Kerbal though, yo, I got this on lock. There's a way to check what the gross combined forces are going to do. That would either make it or break it. Make a copy of this and part weld the wings and see what's what. What about relationship advice? Dominator, if your significant other is a man, feed him. If your significant other is a woman, love her. It's that simple. You're welcome. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I will not be taking questions.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Nova gifted a sub to Cherno. Pretty good relationship advice. I'm serious. All Brimo has to do is feed me, and I'm happy. But if your significant other is a man, do not love him. I was just waiting for somebody to read too much into it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hellfish, I didn't, and kind of wish I didn't know now, but yeah. Nova Raptor gifted a sub to Joe, bro. No, but thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. All right, goose it. Your significant other is Star Raker. Well, you have to feed Star Raker a lot of fuel for it to do its thing. Hold on. Would you ever consider doing a KSP RO run now that KSP 2 kind of flopped, at least for now? I wouldn't say flopped. It just needs more time in the oven, King. But yeah, that's not the point of what you're saying. I know. I don't know. I just like doing what I like doing in this game, dude. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? What's the count? We're at 1,187 parts, so basically 1,200 parts here. But I would say that probably about 300 to 400 of those parts are physics-less Aqualex. So in reality, we're seeing a simulation rate here for, I don't know, about 900 parts, something like that. I don't like change. Married a Sicilian woman. I've gained significant weight in my 10 years. Yeah, that's what Italians do. We feed you. And it's not not voluntary. Like, no, you're going to get fed whether you like it or not. And the crazy part about it is that the food's really good. It's totally fair. I just think once the change has been made, you may like it. Yeah, King, I suppose. I mean, that would make for some fun content, but the reality is that dude, okay. I was about to say, the reality of the situation that, honestly, dude, I don't know if I'm going to have time. You know, we're going to be playing, come a couple of weeks, we're going to be playing KSP 1, KSP 2, Starfield, Satisfactory, Summer Car, and then Cities 2 is going to come out. I'm going to play the snot out of that game. You can be damn sure we're going to be in here like 8, 9, 10-hour Cities 2 streams all day. All day. We got Icarus, Stormworks, Space DLC. King, Stormworks released a Space DLC where you can build launch pads. I am screwed. I am screwed. Like, screwed. Like, screwed, dude. I'm not even kidding, man. Look at, dude. Here, look. Look. Somebody made an ML, SLS's mobile launcher in Stormer. You can make launch pads. I'm screwed. Screwed. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Oh no. Look, they even put me in it. Oh. I'm screwed. I'm screwed. What am I supposed to do with this? Damn, Jamka, you chose violence today. Maybe, dude. I don't know. Like, I mean, if Stationeers, if Stormworks doesn't pan out, there's the Stationeers volumetric. Stationeers volumetrics figured out. They added phase change into Stationeers. I'm like, once again, I'm totally screwed. I'm totally screwed. I'm screwed. Like, there's gonna be no time for anything. And then on top of that, we have Starship flight tests. There's a bunch of space stuff that, like, ugh. Hi, Screwed. I'm sneaky. One game at a time. I promise they're not going anywhere. No, I know. I just don't have enough time in the day. And then, yeah, well, you got what we're doing in Satisfactory. Like, I'm going to have to shelve something. I don't know what I'm going to do. Clone yourself. That's a good idea. And then I have other stuff that I'm working on top of that. Hey, Miff, what's going on, man? It'll get easier when Star Raker is done. Yeah. Space is hot right now, Aqualex. Space is hot, baby. Hot! Space is what the kids want. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. No sleep on the game. Alright, well, I've been trying to have more fun and have a good time and do these nice long streams for you guys since I came back. I told you I'd hit it hard in August, right? I told you. Well, here I am. They said, chat, that if you were gonna be a shrimping boat captain, I would be your first mate. Well, here I am. I am a man of my word. Good man, I just accepted a new position at a new company today. Been 15 years since I worked anywhere else. Whoa. Damn, dude. Train tons of AI to behave as you. That should be pretty easy, Alexi. It should be pretty easy. Just communicate via movie quotes. Maybe get rid of the secondary stuff like family. You know, this kind of thing. No, I mean, sure, no, we could do that. How about we get my wife addicted to Starfield or Baldur's Gate or something and get her addicted to it, and then we won't have this problem. Primo is addicted to Baldur's Gate right now. She literally can't stop playing it. It's actually kind of funny. I come home from work. I'm like, hey, sweetheart, how are you? I get the, believe me, I know this answer because I've given this answer many times. I get the, I'm good. How are you? Yeah. Okay. Did you have a good day at work? Yeah. How about you? I know that answer. I've given that answer many times. Alright, we're approaching 9,000. Let's level this bad boy off. Make kids and let them play. Alexi, at the risk of sounding really real, you know what I'm saying? I would love it if the stream got to the point where I could hand over my business to a kid, to my kids. That would be awesome. It would be at that point that I would consider to be a successful streamer. Like, that would be so freaking cool. If I could hand my business down like that, that would make me so happy. like the risk of sounding like super real. Like, that would be really cool. That's beating the game. It would certainly put a pipe in the thousands of awkward conversations I've had with people, Joe, where people say, oh, I don't think you should keep streaming. It's not very sustainable. I'm doing this for 10 years, man. I'm pretty sure most people have not worked a single job for 10 years. Yeah, pretty sure. Especially people my age. Pretty sure. Myth's like, I can say that, me. Well, why don't you just throw a monkey wrench in my explanation, dick? Right in the plug's like, I've been doing it 14 years. Sitfield? Thanks, Dot. I've been doing the same job for 11 years. Is it sustainable? Any ideas on how to improve the frame rate? Well, obviously less parts, no, Mr. Bond. And if we can minimize drag in certain areas and replace stuff with physics-less parts, we're almost supersonic. Then we should be good. You've been doing the same thing for 13 years? Nothing doesn't count, Tessa. Vehicle is supersonic. Are we fully fueled? We are fully fueled, Clavic, yep. Tessa, you don't need $1 million to do nothing. Take a look at my cousin. He's broke, don't do anything. Freaking A, man. Yeah, I don't know, Erudite. Massachusetts Institute of Technology is down the street. I'm pretty sure there are grad students there that lose way more sleep than I do, but I do get the sentiment. Hey, doing nothing for that long take effort and skill. I don't think those words mean what you think they mean. Is the time set to 0.5? No, it's just 1,200 parts, Cosmo. Yeah. All good. It's a little laggy, dude. Kerbal, I don't think Kerbal was ever designed to do something like this. "22 years in process control. Good for you." Dude, I still have conversations 10 years on from what I've been doing. I still have conversations of people saying that's not very sustainable. I'm like, all right. The whiplash is in proper runaway thrust here. Nice, Sleepy. Well, congratulations on all your sustainable jobs. Mine's not, for whatever reason, even though I've been doing it for a decade. Mine's not. It's weird. Crossing 500, probably going to get a little bit of overheat here. Just pull up the arrow menu. Like, how much drag are these wings up here making? Yeah, see. Look at this. Yeah, there you go, Evan. You hear about Danny? Yeah, I heard he hurt his wrist. I haven't seen the crash, dude. I'm not sure I want to. I feel bad, dude. Wouldn't wish anything bad on that dude. I love looking at the back end of this thing, dude. As one does. That's just so cool looking. It really wasn't a bad crash, you just didn't have time to let go of the wheel. Alright. Mach 2, turbine overheat. The Goliath should shut off in about 5 seconds. Maybe it was 10. Come on, shut off. Come on. There we go. We're on straight ramjet. Tom, he's starting school for Comp Sci in a month. Any tips? Comp Sci? I'm not a big software dude, Tom, but Comp Sci is engineering. It's software engineering, all right? I mean, amongst other things. It's just a subset of engineering, right? So like any other engineering, pay attention. Pay attention. Tom, any, you know, 18-year-old that comes in here, dude, any 18-year-old that comes in here, and asks me this question, all right, I'm going to be real with you. You're going to college, okay? You're going to college. You're paying for this. This isn't high school. You are paying for it. Okay? Even if you have a scholarship, you're still paying for some unless you get a full ride, in which case good for you. You're good for you. You're awesome, right? You're paying for it. Make sure you get your money's worth out of that. You need to get your money's worth. So pay attention. Pay attention. You're not there to make friends. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean you shouldn't go like and network with people. But don't party every freaking night. Don't do that. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to drink beer and go flirt with women and stuff. Like, you have plenty of opportunities to do that. You're there to work. You're there to work. You're paying for this. Use it. Use everything to your advantage. And brush up on math, because you're going to be doing a lot of that. You're not there to make friends. Don't sit there trying to impress people. You're there and you're paying for this. Everything that's there, the dorm room, all the food that you eat, the stipend check, the cafeteria, the meal tickets, all that stuff, you've paid for it. Use it. I was a comp sci major, so much math, very little programming. Tom, I'm serious. Don't screw around. Because if you dick around and you don't give it your best effort, right? You're not getting your money's worth. Like, take it me, for instance. I graduated college with, like, I don't know, a 2.5 GPA, 2.3, 2.2. I just did the bare minimum to get by, right? Dude, I went to college 15 years ago. I'm still paying for it. Just saying. So, you're not there to make friends. I mean, don't get me wrong, don't be a dick to people, right? Because you making connections in college is huge. That can help you down the road if you make friends with somebody because they like the same stuff, blah, blah, blah. But your grades should be first. Not partying, not any other crap, not playing video games. That was my problem. I partied and then I played way too many video games when I should have been studying. Now, don't get me wrong, I still did it. I still passed, but I didn't get my money's worth. I'm still paying for it. You dropped out of college, you're still paying for it. 34, also still paying student loans. I mean, most kids our age, Shando, are. So, it is what it is. It is what it is, dude. You're paying for it. So, remember that. Study. Do the studying. Know it cold. Have confidence that you could... Like, Tom, I have confidence that I can answer, to the best of my ability, most space questions that people throw at me in this chat. I have confidence because I know the subject matter. You have to have that kind of confidence. You're Swedish. You get paid to study. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tom, that's the other thing. It's easier to do it now. Because if you screw around now, and then you realize you need to go back to school, it only gets harder the further you are out of the gates. If you do it right the first time, then it's very easy. You know what I mean? You do good in school. You get a good job. You get a good job in software or in hardware or whatever, 4 years from now. And you have your student loans paid off in 5-10 years. Easy peasy. And then you make buttloads of money. And then you can do whatever the frick you want. Like... The parties are fun. It's fun going and flirting with girls, etc., etc. That's a fun time. It's a fun experience. It should be a fun experience. But keep that in the back of your mind the next time somebody's like, hey, we're partying, it's Thursday night. Let's go play video games. It's Thursday night. No, it's Thursday night. You should be studying. Save that crap for the weekend. Just prioritize your time. Make the best of it that you possibly can. Utilize every resource. If you're not sure about something, email the professor. And Sleepy, one of my student loans, I've since refinanced. One of my student loans was in double-digit variable interest rates. Oops. That's what I mean. Don't screw around. Plenty of time to go do dumb stuff later. I refied it, Hellfish. Yeah, I refied it. Don't worry about it. It's done. But yeah, oops. But yeah, Tom, that's my advice, dude. You're not there to make friends. You're there to get an education. Don't forget that. That doesn't mean you shouldn't go and make friends. Just don't forget that. You should be there. Should have fun. Should enjoy it. Just don't forget that. Still thinking about my college friends a lot. Doc, my college friends still watch the stream. One of my college friends is a moderator of mine. One of my best friends from college is Big D, one of my mods. He has a job, so he doesn't pop in here as much, but yeah, I still talk to him 15 years later. He's a good buddy of mine, actually. Also, I don't recommend freshman year at college in Daytona Beach. Yeah, but I was in Winter Park. I was down the street. Yeah, going to school in Florida is very tempting. There's a lot of other things to do in Florida. Where'd you go to school? Full Sail University, Den? Full Sail University is a 21-month accredited bachelor program where you do 4 years of work in 21 months. You go to school 6 days a week, 8 hours a day. I can't believe I passed on my first try. I still don't know how I did that. Yeah. James, I was out playing Call of Duty 4, Halo 3 every night, going to LAN parties, and I still never failed a class. I never failed one. I have no idea how I did that, dude. You believe that? No DRC. I didn't fail DSU. I didn't fail PRM. I didn't fail SNL. I made it through all of it. I don't know how. It's very strange. All right, crossing 700 meters a second, Mach 2.3. Ramjet is doing its thing. That's cool. You went to school learning how to play KSP. Well, KSP wasn't out yet. Felipe, that wasn't even worth it. This was like 06, 08. I remember camping out at the GameStop at the corner of Aloma and Severin Boulevard. No, Aloma and University Boulevard in 2007 at midnight when I had a class to go to at 4 in the morning. Yes, 4 in the morning. Classes go 24/7 at Full Sail. Shading and lighting. UCF, let's go! My guy! UCF is my adopted college team because Full Sail don't have no sports teams. They don't do sports at that school. Hot shizzle. All I'll say is some of those frat parties at UCF in the late 2000s were nuts. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Alright. You went 07 to 12. Dude, Hot, were you there in 08 where they shut that, I forget which frat house it was. A frat house got completely shut down because the party was too nuts, dude. They like shut the entire frat house up. I forget, it was a white house. I forget which one it was though. They were like, nah. That party was ridiculous. Dude. Cuckoo! No school can top PSU frat party. Joe, PSU is in Plymouth State, is it? UGA. Jenna, my guy. Alright. Alright, we're crossing 800. Penn State. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. Oh, Penn State, dude. I've never been. I've heard stories, though. I've worked with a number of Full Sail grads at a previous employer. Oh yeah? Flask, what'd you think? The stories are probably true. I believe that. Yeah, Hot, what we would do is we'd get a bunch of nerds together and we'd just show up at UCF frat parties and just start talking to people. We wouldn't crash it because the party was too chaotic for a bunch of nerds to actually crash the thing. But also, yeah. It's like, oh yeah, I know a guy who knows a guy that's in this frat. Let's go. All right. drive down University Boulevard. Get to Alafaya Trail. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. This is fun times. Just probably should have focused more on my schoolwork, just saying. Oh yeah, they get a little rowdy at the Institute. There you go. Oh gosh, Joe, who thought that was a good idea? You want me to make some cash? Ad time? Alright, man, we're on ad time. I'll make sure to go into closed cycle mode here after the ads roll. Okay, current speed is 866 meters a second. We're approaching Mach 3. Ramjets are still in they're still in whiplash mode. They're still runaway thrust, making about 5.1 meganewtons of thrust. What's our drag? 4,000 total drag, 4,600 lift, 5,100 thrust. So yeah, I don't mind the little dip right here. The interest rate is the percentage of your loan erudite that you pay back over time. So if you give me $100 loan at a 10% interest rate, I'm going to pay you back $110 over time. That's how companies that's how banks and stuff make money. They make money off lending money, and then the interest is how much the difference that you have to pay for taking out that money, right? Yeah, interests are usually expressed as an annual rate. That's right. I was trying to keep it general, dudes, but yes. Crossing 900 at Mach 3. Some loans have stipulation for variable interest rates, so the interest rate can go up and down, because the interest rates are generally variable. They do change. Thanks, Federal Reserve. Very cool. I know it's more complicated than that. I was trying to make a stupid joke. It was low-hanging fruit. Be quiet. I get it. You're right. Yeah, compounding interest rates, variable interest rates, yeah. I had a student loan that I've since refinanced that was a double-digit variable interest rate because I hate my life. Yep. Yeah, and the longer you wait, the more money you actually have to pay back. What's your rate now? Half of that. It's what I refinanced it like a couple months ago, dude. I think when was the last time they jacked the rates? It was right after that, unfortunately. But even with the rate hike that's going on right now, that's still better than what I had, dude. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't really understand finances the best until after a while. Yeah, Tessa. How many hours you got in KSP nowadays? It's somewhere north of 20,000, Vinol. Yeah, Warped. I don't know, dude. Did you get hit by the storms last night? When I woke up this morning, Dr. Death, it was raining pretty bad. Alright, let's level this sucker off, dudes. I really would like to see if we can get the jet engines to 1,000 meters a second. Alright. We're out of liquid fuel, so let's turn her up. Ready? Here we go. Go for main engine start. We're zeroing out the control surfaces to minimize drag on the vehicle. Binal, I want to play it, dude. Somebody linked it to me this morning, and I'm like, uh-oh. It's me. Due to the European... Dude, okay. You haven't been able to make it to the end. Have we made it to orbit? I made it like 90% of the way there on the last attempt. But I wanted to do a flight test to show people where we're at. I don't think that this one is going to make it. I let the air-breathing engines burn for too long. Of course there's limits, Erudite. A bank isn't going to lend you the money if they don't think you can pay it back. That's what, like, a credit score and stuff is for, amongst other things. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. I'm losing her. That's not good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, we got her back. We got her back. That was dangerous. I shut off the roll control surfaces. We had too much roll authority. But who knows what that did to sucking us back down. Pitch is still maxing. I have the S key held down. It's me. Alright, we need to switch over to our orbital indicator. Ramjet shutdown is imminent. Okay, we're on mains. It was all systems, but that system hasn't been outfitted yet. Yeah, it was supposed to have RCS. Tankology RCS, kind of similar to Starship, if I read it right. Alright. We want to stay 1 minute to AP, so keep this locked on prograde. Crossing 1,400 meters a second, Mach 4.5 at 28 kilometers up. Plenty of burn time. Why doesn't KSP display your Delta V correctly on engine shutdown? KSP usually does this because of hierarchical stuff. Like if I do that might actually display it correctly. Nope. Yeah, 95, that's all screwed up. Almost to 1600. Mach 4.9. We can throttle back. Want to keep, from what you guys were saying, keep that number on the far left down there that says T-minus 1 minute 34. Keep that at 1 minute. So we're coasting for a little bit. Is it because the engines are overclocked? That probably is it, chillin'. Let me see what my trajectory looks like. It's actually not bad, dude. Yeah, this actually is not the worst, so I'm just gonna keep these bad boys throttled down a little bit. Our main engines are in deep throttle right now. Current altitude 41 kilometers at Mach 4.97. Orbital speed is 1.83 kilometers a second. Why not power out of the atmosphere? Just gotta get out of the soup. Why not power out of the atmosphere? I just did. Like right now, I don't want to waste fuel pushing against this if we're already gonna get out of it. So just keep it at a rate to keep the AP going up. And, you know, we'll get out of it. We're powering against it right now. Yeah, I mean 95. This thing can't like pitch up like a regular SSTO. It's too big. Yeah, I'm serious. It's too big. Like pitching up with the control surfaces, dude, causes so much drag because they're made out of wings, not just regular control surfaces. I mean, it's less drag than using a bunch of control surfaces, believe it or not, but. Yeah, she's chunky. That's why. Nose cone got a little toasty. Bring these things out of deep cycle here for a second. Predominant.
Here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. Copy on the ground. Thanks, man. What is this? Predominant tipped $1.54. Where do hamburgers go dancing? A meatball. Where are we taking the SSTOs? Fallacious. SSTOs indicate single stage to orbit, meaning you take off from the runway or launch from the launch pad and get to low Kerbin orbit, basically without shedding any components. Update on S-25 tiles. After the static fire of Booster 9, teams went nuts and compared both sections with white tape. Oh, interesting. All tiles are on now. Cool. Thomas, I'm still saying third week of September. AP is above 58 kilometers. Current orbital speed is 1976 and accelerating. We don't have that much fuel left, though. Okay, we're over 2 kilometers a second, Mach 5.9. 2 kilometers a second was the record, but the AP on the last flight, the apoapsis, was above 70. So it looks like we're going to go faster, but we're not going to go as high. Which is crazy, because considering all that slop that we went through, it doesn't need that much more fuel to get where it needs to go, which is pretty impressive. 2085 at 60. Not bad. But we're not there. Close. Close, but no cigar. What's the eccentricity? Periapsis is minus 160. We're... No, Mr. Bond, I'd say we're about 300 meters a second delta V. Maybe 400. Yeah, maybe 400 meters a second delta V. If we want to include descent, entry, descent, and landing later, I would probably give this thing like 600 or 700 more delta V from its point right now. I mean, we are way up there. It's close. But close is not going to get you very far in space. Yeah, if we're aiming for a 70-kilometer insertion here, orbit, that number needs to be like 2375. Another good test, though. It basically did the exact same thing that it did the other night, which is good. That's good. Just that's close enough to where we were before we got to 2,000 meters a second at 70, and then I cheated the thing into orbit, right? Right now we got to almost 2,100 at 60, which indicates that's pretty close. That's pretty close to what it was before. So we got pretty much. I'd say it's fair enough to say that we got the same performance. I mean, I didn't change anything, but that's good to know. So let's terminate that simulation, and then we'll start working on it now. No, James, that was the test flight. Did you fix the hatch so the Kerbals that can get out? No, Joe, that's one of the things I have to fix. And we have to put the cargo bay in too. Whistling made a boat with a Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Hey, Fabricator, sweet test flight, thank you. All right, let's get to work, dudes. So, where do we want to start? Fixing the front wing surfaces. All right, let's go. Let me just... I don't like the click-through fairings. It makes it the editor too busy. All right, so where are the main offenders here? This one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Well, that one kind of by proxy, and that one. Almost tempted to just try flying it right now. You think so, Lump? Check the drag. Predominant.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Graham Weldon tipped $1.54. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? There's great food, but no atmosphere. Anyway, hey Amarnils, how are you? What's going on, man? Dick. It's probably a bad idea, but you could also replace your ore ballast with some reserve fuel tanks. Fabricator, I think by the time I outfit everything here with like the cargo bay, put all the stuff in the cargo bay, all the equipment that we need to make the nose open and stuff, I'm pretty sure, yeah, we'll end up getting rid of the ore. Oh, dude, that's right. We got rid of the ore. I dumped the ore on the way up from the test the other day. I forgot about that. Huh. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. Interdasting. That's a mystery. No. Huh. Forgot about that. Wow. That means 3 tons is kind of inconsequential when the vehicle's 600, but not necessarily bad either. Okay, I'm thinking. What would... You guys just want to try a straight 1-to-1 here? I mean, it wouldn't be the worst, just taking away the offender wings. I'd be kind of curious to see where we end up. The static fire had some issues. Yeah. Maybe I'm stressing too much, but I see this working with an SR-72 nose wing shape. No, Gil. Kerbal isn't a fluid dynamic simulation. Taking those wings off is basically... Yeah, it'll be alright. So this is Kevin Randolph from What About It? It appears that not everything went so well with the static fire. I'm fairly sure that not all this debris was out in the flats before the launch mount, behind the launch mount. All I can guarantee, and I can guarantee this ding wasn't in my camera lens before. I might be reaching here, but this looks like pieces of fence. Yeah, might be reaching, but see all the posts and parts. This looks like pieces of fence. There was a fence right there, and that fence was not a permanent fence. It's a temporary fence that's held in place with rocks. I did get a real close look at it. I could be wrong. Why the heck do they have a fence? So, Jay, there's a fence right here because people, a little while back, some bonehead TikToker walked right up underneath the orbital launch mount and took a picture. Or no, it wasn't the orbital launch mount. It was a static fire pad. But still, they've been putting fences up since, and have security because they don't want you near this because this happens. The Fondag had some cracks after the last static fire that may have been sealed. Yeah, I mean that definitely. I mean, it's possible. This could be rebar, but that also could be that fence that was right there. I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking at. You wouldn't... It got mangled by water and then fire right after that. So, who knows? Whatever happened to that guy? Last I heard, Cameron County Sheriff, he was, yeah. Cameron County Sheriff got mad at him, and SpaceX got mad at him. I'm just going to make a slight... You know what? I was going to say I'm going to make a slight modification to the wings, but you know what? We're going to send it. We're going to send it without the wing leading edge surfaces. I'm interested to see what happens. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't speculate, Blue. And you know what? Just in case. Just in case we actually do make it. You know, for science. I'll put the airlock in. Just in case. T-Man. How many Falcon 9 boosters would it take to reach a super heavy overpressure event? I've been trying to do the math, but it's not coming out right. Yes. That's how many. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Bill. 29 months. Could the shuttle have launched an Astro rocket into orbit, including its launch mount, all without taking it out of its steel shipping container? Maybe not fully fueled, but yeah. Oh, we gotta strut that. We gotta strut the front wing. Hold on. Gotta come up with some strutting for these, for the wings here. Yeah, that should do it. Can't have that thing bending, because if it bends around when we're going fast, it could bend down and turn into a freaking front spoiler, and then the thing noses into the ground and we all die. Now, don't get me wrong, some of you probably want to see that, but that would not be my testing criteria. If that happens, you are not going to space today. Yeah, SSTO int. Your SST int. Single stage to ocean. Visiting the low orbit in the sky. Figuratively, not actually. Do int. Yes, don't or do int. Yep. Don't spack the tail. Oh. Did maybe a little bit. Jump. Yeah, we need to really put the damper up on those things. Ah, there we go. Very nice. All right. Okay, control surface check. Okay. Let's do this. Hey, you know, it's probably good if we don't aim at the damn fuel tank plane. Please turn left. Plane. Nope, I'm full yaw left, full turn landing gear left, but I think my front gear is off the ground, so, you know. Remember I was talking about those, like, unfavorable test results? Yeah, this is one of those times. Pull up, full up, get up off the ground. Yeah, we're gonna die. Couldn't control it. Alright. I don't feel like waiting for that. It's just gonna blow up. That's not a good test. Let's just restart. So, when I hit the gas on that thing, it brings the nose up off the ground because my engines are pointed below the center of mass, so it wants to make the plane rotate. The problem is because we don't have any of the components in the nose, like the cargo bay and all the stuff that we need, like a ramp that rolls out for the cargo bay and whatnot. There's no mass up there, so it's not enough to keep it down. That's a problem. And the reason why it's a problem is what you just saw. You know, like, I can't steer the damn thing. So you gotta send it down the dang runway because Kerbal likes to shift landing gear around for whatever reason, right? So you gotta send the damn thing down the runway and hope that you have aero control before, you know, that happens. The lag is the game trying to figure out how to dismantle, based off of the collision information, a 1200 part plane. I already have 6 tons of ore up there, Vanguard. Yeah. We got powerful engines. That's right, 10th. Yep. Mm-hmm. Some nose booster. I mean, Pete, we should probably. Okay. I know this might sound like a super dumb question or super dumb thing to say, but maybe we should just, you know, get the front gear to work. Maybe we should just do that. You know? Maybe we should just do that. Maybe canards. Maybe shut up. Like, these are good ideas, and they would be funny, but maybe we should just make it, like, work. Okay, single one of those boosters pointed down to keep the nose down. Alright, hang on. Yeah, see, we need the center of mass to be a little bit more forward, believe it or not. Fix the actual problem. What's the matter with you? Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Shouldn't have been standing there. Shouldn't have been standing there. I'm thinking. I mean, I could just put another ore tank up at the front. Or, I can just move these forward. Nope. Nope, don't want to do that. You know what? I got a stupid idea. But if it works and it's stupid, is it really stupid? I'm just going to move those front gears down a couple ticks. And then I'll just set their spring and damper strength to full because for whatever reason, Kerbal likes to drop this onto the runway, so. Modern problems require modern solutions, chat. And I don't want to go shifting around fuel tanks or ore tanks because remember, this test is supposed to be a test without those wing leading edges, right? And I want to see if we get any further, you know, without those parts that are pulling me left and right. So I don't want to change too much. We can squeeze way more into the wet wings fabricator, but we don't. I'm kind of doing more iterative in this so we get more rapid testing done. By the way, I do want to thank you for the advice a few months ago. I took that advice and now I'm working my dream job writing software for the F-16. Damn, 10th, what the hell did I say? What did I say? Damn, dude. That's awesome. What? I guess it was good advice. I don't remember. That's awesome, man. Congratulations, dude. Yeah, of course, Sneaky.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, you got gifted a sub. Score. Okay. Why do you want to point at the damn fuel tank? Turn! Alright.
Clifton, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You know the runway's over there, right? No, your other right. Oh, now you want to point in the right direction. I see how it is. Predominant tipped $1.54. What do you call a fake noodle? An imposter. I hope this thing crashes into the fuel tank now because of you. You did this. Yep. Please, please? Alright, whatever. Hope you can take off on an unprepared surface. Yeah, this is the runway, right? One break, you're hungry. Oh. I wasn't planning on that until 8, Reed. Can you wait? Or do you... What's the good word? You can wait? Okay. Going too fast. That was a weird takeoff, so I had the throttle basically pegged, and we went too low too fast. You could, because the control surfaces are made out of RCS parts and wings, right? If you look, my pitch control surfaces are a bunch of wings that I've strung together that are being held, that are sandwiched over a regular control surface and then on a robotic that I can move around. Because I made my own control surfaces, yeah, yeah, you can overload them like a real control surface, and if you overload them too quickly, they explode. Okay, Running, what's your story? I was working a job I wasn't happy with, and your advice motivated me to move from banking into the aerospace industry. It basically boiled down to you don't get where you want to be without going for it. Yeah, it sounds like me. Yeah, dude, I mean, that's right. Yeah. It's like Gretzky, man. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Good job, dude. That's awesome. Seriously, the fact that you could parry a banking gig to a avionics software gig is freaking impressive, dude. Like, I'm not just saying that to be like, okay, cool. Like, that's cool, man. That's really cool. Dude, you must love every second of it. It's badass. You couldn't be happy. Yeah, right? Right? That's awesome, 10th. Good for you, dude. It always, dude, I'm telling you, man, it always makes me feel a little bit better. Like, sometimes I think sitting here and taking 5 minutes and talking to people about stuff is kind of cringe, dude. But, you know, I always try to take that opportunity and do it because you never know who's listening. Somebody might actually, somebody might actually take your advice and go and do something about it. So I never hesitate to actually chime in when I'm really asked, though. I don't like giving advice unsolicited. That's weird. But that's cool, man. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. That actually means a lot. It's good to know that get some, you know, you get some feedback on it, right? All right, punch it, Chewie. Can you give me some unsolicited advice? What? Isn't it past your bedtime? Go to bed. Call the Bondulins. I'm stronking. He's doing bankers over these guys have to do everything from scratch. No library, so he's probably quite capable. Good job. Yeah. I meant to do that months ago, but I caught up getting settled in the new job. Oh, that's all good, man. Don't worry about it. But hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I really try as hard as I can to not give bad advice. You know, like... You know, that sounds like one of those things like, well, obviously you don't want to give bad advice, but, you know, like... Alright. Current airspeed is 255 meters a second. We're at 0.8 Mach. Vehicle should be going transonic here momentarily. Good indicator of transonic. She's a beaut, Clark. She looks like a steakhouse, but handles like a bistro. Actually, she looks like a steakhouse and handles like a steakhouse.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Predominant, tipped $1.54. I only know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. Job changes are hard. I've been thinking about going from the cockpit to trying to design cockpits. Not an easy decision. Oh man, warped. Dude, I don't think if I had my wings I'd ever want to give that up. It's a nice steakhouse. Man, screw steak. Brisket is where it's at. Sneaky.
Discovery,
That's
go and throttle up.
discrimination. You can get sued for that. You should eat all meats equally, because they're delicious. Rhino, give this up, Tactical Pete. Thank you. That's meat discrimination. Alright guys, so I'm going to try something that I would not have dared do with the old wing surface. I'm going to level off below 10,000 and we're going to punch it. We're going to see how fast this thing goes. We'll just initiate a slight climb here. Wow, dude. Look at where all the blue... Look at how small all the blue lines are comparatively to last time. Before, we would have lines that went up here somewhere. Dude, the profile is like... This should go fast, dude. Ad time, Pete? Okay. You guys always do ad time when I'm flight testing. Cherno, this thing couldn't go much faster than, oh, I don't know. Whenever I tried boosting it down here with those front wing surfaces on, we really couldn't get enough to get runaway thrust. What I want to do is try to get as fast as we can down here as much as possible. Because down here, we do have to deal with drag, but the ramjets really, really like to work nice right in this area here of atmospheric pressure. It was just an RCS actuator ball, 10th. That was basically a bolt that holds the control surface together. I have 2 of them in redundancy in case that happens. I dropped about 1,000 kilonewtons on the LID. LID is not a static number, Zeppelin. It's really based on, like, the angle of the vehicle and the oncoming velocity. Lift-induced drag. It really depends. With me, if I pull my control surfaces because they're custom made, if we deflect the control surface more, our LID is going to go up. Demolition of Starbase Tent 1 has started. Man. That tent's been there for, I mean, how long? 4 years now? That's ancient in SpaceX time. We're at 380. We should be able to. These things should. So the ramjets take over, and the thing about ramjets, guys, in real life, is that the more air you can get into the ramjet, the more powerful it goes. You can there's not. I'm sure there's a theoretical maximum somewhere, but generally, the thing with a ramjet is that the faster you can go, the more thrust the engine will put out. And that's the case in Kerbal. They call it runaway thrust. Basically, the faster we go, the more thrust the engine makes. Goliath overheat. We're pushing 7,200 kilonewtons of thrust. That's 7.2 meganewtons. That's a lot of power. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, Zeppelin. Okay. Okay, cool. You understand. Alright, cool. Sweet. Do we need the Goliaths at this point? Yeah. Holistic, yeah, I agree. In Kerbal, though, send it until the vehicle breaks. Did you stump the tail off? What do you mean, Jim? Theoretical max is probably the induced drag on the engine growing exponentially with velocity, but a sooner theoretical max is probably the thermal limits of the materials. Poison, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking, yeah, this thing, a ramjet will probably melt anything that it's attached to before it hits its theoretical maximum. We're pushing 8 meganewtons of thrust. I think Goliath shutdown is okay. Let's do that. We're starting to slow down. It's still there, Jim. this back here hasn't changed. I just changed the engines. I switched to overclocked shuttle motors instead of overclocked Wolfhounds. I need the gimbal vector to control the vehicle on the way up, because up there, when your rockets are firing, my control surfaces really don't do much. And this thing is a big vehicle with a lot of moving parts. So the shuttle engines with their good vector range give you great control for a vehicle this large up there. Tenth, I couldn't ever dive because of the drag here, but I see it, Jack. Yeah. I'm gonna let it do its thing because we're going up. Eventually, we'll get to a point where my thrust. Look, total drag 5.1, total thrust 5.1. So this should start going up here momentarily. It should start going up right now. We're still going down. All right, here. Let's do that. There we go. Start to get up and out of this thing. Gotta increase climb. I just learned that the BAA Tempest and the Mitsubishi FX programs are going to merge. Cool. Start going fast. Thrust is increasing. Yeah, Rhino, the atmosphere is kind of getting in the way. Yeah, it's all a balancing act, Rhino. Come on, baby. Are the downward spikes pulling down? Yeah. But I want them to be pulling down back here, Bill, because that pulls the nose of the plane up. those wings aren't doing me any favors. Especially that one and that one right there. We're going down. We have to go up higher. Weather for both launches are looking green. Okay, well that's good. It almost seems like with a plane this gigantic that makes this much drag, that getting up to 10,000 and then just accelerating up here is better. I wanted to see what would happen if we tried to do it at 7. And we were able to go faster, but not much faster. We made it to like, what was the fastest we went down there? 475. That's into runaway thrust, but yeah, we make a lot of drag. Turns out when you make an SSTO this big with this kind of wing, it's... And the reason why I'm insistent on using this big wing is because when this thing comes back down, the idea is that you have so much lift and you have so much drag that you shouldn't go through that hefty re-entry heating. The re-entry heating shouldn't be too bad with this thing because it's so freaking gigantic. That was the idea with the real one. You had such a gigantic surface area that the whole thing could take the amount of re-entry heating that you'd get on the way down. You wouldn't need tiles as thick as the space shuttles. You would need smaller tiles or no tiles at all in some areas because the thing's freaking huge. You got to think about it, Fabricator. Kerbin has a very similar atmosphere to Earth. Similar atmosphere, similar gravitational pull at 1/10 the size. That's cramming the entirety of Earth's atmosphere into 1/10 of the volume. That's why Kerbin's atmosphere appears soupy. That's what happens when you conflate volume, right? with density, I guess, right? Zonku, oh, sick, the Star Raker. Your grandpa worked on that crazy idea. They really thought just make it bigger and the heat will work itself out. Dude, no way! That's awesome! Really? Dude, I love this plane. This thing would have been ridiculous, man. In a good way. This is like a Kerbal project come to life. It's amazing. Zonku, that's awesome, dude. What do you think of my model thus far? Think it looks the part? Definitely this flight have to drive the point home, yeah. No doubt, man, no doubt. now we're accelerating. Look at it now. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's a really hefty acceleration, guys. You got to remember that number's going up really, really fast, and the simulation rate is really, 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 really down right now. Yeah, Tessa, the thing that I'm running into is without those wings, it really wants to nose down a little bit more than previous. Drop the front oar? I'm not sure. Remember, James, we're an analog test. This is supposed to be an analog, so dropping the oar, I should, but I wanted. It's negative. Yeah, negative pitch moment. Yes. I told him straight up, you know how I said I don't want to be included in your will? I changed my mind. That's mine. He's long since passed, but cleaning up your grandma's place after she did, we found a cool little print of one of the concept paintings. That has it framed in his office now. That's awesome. Can't get the nose up. It really doesn't want to do it. $683. We're gonna start climbing soon in a second. You can't get it up. I said I can't get the nose up, Tessa. Hey, I clarified my statement just so somebody wouldn't make that joke, and you still made it, dude. You still made it. Dick jokes. Jesus, man. How's everybody? No one's gonna take us seriously. They don't are. I know. Shut up. Quiet. As an upstanding citizen, we have to make dick and fart jokes. You're doing God's work, chat. You're doing God's work making sure that toilet humor survives another day. Good for you. You're doing God's work, Cole Phelps. We're slowing down. Dude, this thing is pushing 6 meganewtons of thrust and we're not accelerating. How much can this get to orbit? Nothing right now, Sam. I'm aiming for about 60 tons. This is a bad ascent. We have way too much oxidizer. I'm just gonna, Jay. We're just this one's not gonna. It's not gonna make it into orbit. I'm just gonna let it ride. Yeah. Without those control surfaces kind of pulling us up, even though it's pulling us like slightly, like the lift vectors were like this, it was still getting the nose up in the air. Go. We'll just let it go to see how fast we can actually go. What you're saying is we need canards. No, not at all. I just had to dial in the wing trim, get the wing trim right. Now we're going. Yeah, this thing really likes 12-13. That's when this thing really starts booking. I'm gonna see if we can zero out the trim and kind of level off down here. See what happens. Not bad for no SAS, huh? Actually, this is pretty good, man. Before we got up to like 900 and change at this altitude. Come on, baby. Go faster. This is all stock except for the visuals, Jay. She just, once you get up here and you try to level off, it just really wants to nose into the ground. There we go, we have a positive climb rate. So yeah, what I'm trying to do here is we're not going to make it into space. I'm just want to see how fast we can go at this altitude. And then Fabricator, I think in the next test that we do, we'll get up to this altitude and then we'll level off and then just hit it. Sorry, I meant overclocked. Oh, yeah, yeah, my engines are overclocked. 200, they're twice the amount of thrust of the real ones, or the KSP stock ones. Considered adding more boosters. Well, I have some boosters waiting in the wings right there, but... That's right, 10th, yeah. Well, it's a turbo ramjet, so we're in full ramjet mode right now. My turbo fans are shut off. It's pretty cool, T-Man, yeah. So what's actually going wrong? I tried to accelerate too far down in the atmosphere and we burned off too much fuel. It basically made an ascent useless. Zombie, if this was like a mission mode, I would shut the thing off and I would have gone back to the runway. But since we're just testing, I decided that I'll just see where the theoretical maximum for speed is down here. And this time also, I'm trimming the plane out instead of using SAS. It was the grass, wasn't it? No, Patine, they have not. It's coming, though. So we're just gonna send it until we have no more liquid fuel. I just want to see how fast this thing ends up going. Because we took off a lot of wings. We took some wings out of the design that potentially would have been making a lot of drag. 900. Yeah, Artwington, yep. I mean, she's booking, dude. Look at the terrain underneath us. This thing's going real quick. How's the re-entry getting looking? Yeah, nose cone's getting a little hot. It's really cool seeing it on fire. I don't think we're gonna go much faster than this, but we'll just keep it here. See what it does. $935 is pretty quick for something this big, making 5.6 meganewtons of drag. I just can't for the life of me figure out where all of it's coming from. I mean, yeah, I see the wings making drag and stuff, but yeah, it could be all of them. But like, how much are these wings up here making? Yeah, it's the wings, but I don't want to get rid of the wings. Got to stay faithful to the design, so we're gonna have to squeeze some performance out somewhere. %500 overclock. I mean, see, another thing that I'm thinking, guys, we're still accelerating. We're still making tons of power, right? We are making a lot of drag, but we're still making more thrust than drag, which means we're going to keep accelerating. I'm kind of halfway thinking that maybe the re-entry effects are slowing down the simulation and making it look like I'm not accelerating as fast as I actually am. So, yeah, once again, I'm just going to keep this thing going, and we'll see how fast we can go without initiating the rockets. We might need to give this more liquid fuel, less oxidizer. Because we're at 950. That's really, really fast. Shut off the effects? Oh, there's no fun in that, but... Put it in map mode and see if that's true. Well, map mode isn't going to stop the simulation, I don't think. Where the hell are we? Oh, we're over in Korea. She's starting to get a little hot. Have you attempted landing? You can land it. The Goliaths will run out around here, Fabricator, but if you're going over 600 meters a second, they shut off. You're basically, the air coming into that turbofan is going so fast it's blowing out the combustor. It blows the candle out. Like shutting a pilot light. But with jet engines. Yeah, 963. I don't keep fire extinguishers in my car, Sawyer. I keep fire extinguishers under my desk. Yeah, it's because it started sinking down again, Jomka. I mean, side note, we made a plane that's pretty damn fast for how big it is. That's pretty quick. Alright. Let's pull up out of this climb. Pull up into a climb and see what happens. Oh shit. Yeah, remember at the beginning of this flight when the double redundant control surface holder failed and we had a single redundancy on it. Now, the single redundancy just failed, so I'm just this is bad. I'm just gonna okay. Yeah, that right control surface decided to control surf in. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's really not good. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, this is fascinating! Whoa! I'm not even mad. That's cool. What in the balls is still alive? Wow. That was awesome. Did the Kerbals die? Huh? Huh? Hey! All right. Yeah, baby. All right. The ejector seat worked, and by ejector seat means that this being inside of a fairing, if the fairing blows up, it shoots it off into another direction. That's pretty cool. The spine held together, but I'm pretty sure it's bent. Like, that thing got hit with so much aero force there, it bent the wing box, it bent the spine of the plane, which is... Alright. What's the debris cloud look like? Oof. Oof. Oof.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey Reagan, 35 months. Did you hear Stormworks is getting a space DLC? Yeah, and I saw launch pads in it, Yuri. I got a big problem. Any of you scheduled to get over 70K? Nah, 23 on the highest parts. That's 23. That was awesome. Let's wait till we get lower here. Try to fly this sucker. Go. Kerbals look concerned? Nah, we're good, man. We're good. I'm flying it down, don't worry. How many G's did we pull? Oh, yeah, 16G deceleration. Let me just keep this nice and optimized here. What happened? My control surface delaminated going Mach 4. And yeah. Yeah. Didn't end well. Come on, baby, slow down. Come on. Come on. Alright, here we go. Commit. And... yeah! Ha ha! Yeah! Damn, I'm good! Ha ha! Yes! Alright. Hey, we landed. I'm invincible! Was it good for you to chat? Give me the codes, Natalia! Give them to me! Anyway. Grab, you just got yourself a Mosin 9130. Ooh, with a hex bayonet and some ammo for $400 today. Very nice. Very nice. Better luck next time, slugheads. Back! Gone! You sit on it, but you can't take it with you. Alright. That's awesome, Grab. Cool. I will spike them. No way! Spike them! Alright, what's the I'm not going to tell you. What else do you call your bottom? It's Boris' password. He plays word games. It's what I sit on, but I can't take it with you. Chair. So, let me see something here. This thing really didn't take too well. It really wanted to nose down a lot. We have to get that lift forward somehow, dudes. Listening to Natalia rattle off computer spec is such a blast from the past. 25 for the American school, 11 for the Swedish IBM CD-ROM with something drives and 44 modems. This madam would require a demonstration and a quiet place to test it. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure what we should do here. And that's why they switched to a shovel head design. Yeah, Hazanku, I gotta work on my. We gotta make a strake for this thing. We don't have a strake. The wing shape needs to like go like this. It needs to be like more like a space shuttle wing. So, I haven't fixed the front wing surfaces. Fairing tanks, wing leading edge. Attack. Crap, alright. I'm just thinking about how the wing angle, how are we gonna get that wing angle? How are we gonna, like, what? This has been the bane of my existence, Zonko, the entire time. Getting that shape right. Trying to get the shuttle shape. The shovel head wing is what you're talking about. So, basically, fellas, I need to move my wing center of lift. It needs to go a little bit more forward. Which means I gotta dump these stupid parts of the ship right here that are all bent. Those ones that look bent out of shape. Because they're causing drag. They're causing drag and they're causing downforce, especially on the wing leading edge right there. And I have to redesign this so the wing shape goes like this. It basically... like if I make just a line of I-beams just as like a ruler for you guys. The wing shape needs to go more like that. I'm just not sure in my head how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, we need strakes. We need gigantic ones. With wings. Ah, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Wait a minute. Could I get that angle? Hold on. That's it. Shut up, Chad. I think I got it. Shut up. No, just shut up. I'm just messing with this. This is not finalized. Not even close. This is too much. That's too much like the shuttle wing, man. Damn. Just toying with this rule. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll absolutely do it. I'm kind of worried how we're gonna make these wings right here. how we're gonna blend that shape all together. But even doing something like this, rotating these up to get them to angle up into that shape, that's gonna move my center of lift even more forward. Holy shnikes, dude. Yeah. Now, Hazanku, you here? You're the expert, man. What, do you think that the top angle right there looks more like it, or the bottom one? What do you think? So should the wings be something like that? Or should the wings be out another tick like that? Oh, that looks... The outer edges look sweet. That looks really cool. Damn. Hayes, you think that one? Here, let me move it in and... That does look like it. Wide and thick. Damn, boy. Yeah, the way I have the wing tessellation set up, it's one or the other. That one. I think that's the one. I mean, that one doesn't look bad either. You know, looking at these renders, guys, did I get my wing leading edge angle right? Did we get it right? I don't think we got it right. I think the wing leading edge needs to go, like, from here, it needs to go that way. Like, from this point, it needs to go up there, because that seems right. That's that right there. But once you get to like here, it needs to go forward. It needs to start going towards the nose. Right? That's a really steep delta wing right there. That's more of a conventional delta wing. It's like that one looks like it's 45 degrees, right? That's a 45 degree angle comparatively to like straight. That's like a 60 degree angle. And this wing leading edge is 45 degrees. Oh, uh-oh. So, Not. No, maybe just a smidge. Maybe one more. Right there. That's where this needs to be. Oh, frick. Man, did I screw that up. Go with what works for KSP. I'm trying to find a happy medium, Hayes. Because the wings don't look like they line up exactly to where I need them to be, so... Dude. No. Wow. Okay. Still doesn't look exactly right to me. It's definitely better. That definitely looks more the part there, but it doesn't look exact. And I'm really wondering why that didn't show up for me when we did the proportions. But then again, I kind of did guess the proportions. Look at the wing diagrams. Have you looked at the F-16 XL yet? The F-16 XL is the Delta Wing, right? That's the Delta Wing F-16. Holy shnikes, it's the same wing. Or it's a similar wing shape. Huh. Never noticed that. Dude, you can do anything with that damn plane. You can do anything with it. Like, it's ridiculous how versatile that chassis is. Yeah, we did see the XL Doom. I remember. Yeah. I made food if you're hungry? I am. It's important to look at where the wing is compared to the hull opening. It's not so far up. So, what do you think? Are we thinking... I'm thinking that is a... This right here is a good medium between getting our wing angles right and making it work in KSP. That's actually sick. That looks really good. Wow. How many parts is this? Like 1,200? We'll optimize this out. It won't be 1,200 when we're finished. Well, it might be, but whatever. It doesn't matter. It's a cranked arrow wing. Yeah, that's what, who was saying that? Awa was saying that. Cranked arrow. Yeah, the armpit wing, like the space shuttle. I always thought... Well, no, cranked... I thought... Guys, this seems more compound delta to me than anything. So... Yeah, it's a straked bay. The strake starts before the cargo bay. And then it goes all the way back. And the center of the armpit right there, section C, right? That's right where the armpit should be. So, section C for me is right here. That's where the armpit of the wing, that's where the... In this drawing, that's basically where the wing angle goes from this to that. And like, yeah, that's right around here. And that brings us back to where we were before. Oh, that's broken. Yeah, we need to add the strakes in. And I think that's the right move. Putting those straight pieces in. I think that's the right idea. That'll get me the double delta, the compound delta that we're working towards. See, this just doesn't have it. You know what, dudes? Okay, here's the thing. Let's put this in here so I don't forget. Really would like it if I could make it do that. I think I can do that. Hold on. Give me one of these. And then give me the strakes. That's not the correct angle at all. Just messing around here. Let's see what we can see. I'm just looking around, dudes. Shopping around, you know what I'm saying? All right. I suppose if I finish tessellating like up here and then we make that wing surface go up and blend into the strake, that's probably going to knock that COL into alignment. And these line drawings seem to differ a little bit from the renders, because I'm noticing where the armpit of the double delta, where the compound delta joins up, the armpit of the wing right there is in a totally different spot. See, even this one is showing the armpit being about halfway through the payload bay right there. But if you go and look at the renders, right? You go and look at the renders over here, that's not what it looks like. That render is correct, but this render of the thing on the ground right there, that's showing the armpit, the double delta, that's showing it way up at the front. Halfway through the payload bay is like right there. Yeah. I mean, I've been saying we need to add strakes, but yeah. Yeah, we have to, yeah, we got to do that. And it seems like the strakes go all the way, almost all the way to the nose cone. Yeah, I'd rather go off of those technical drawings. But see, the interesting thing here, fellas, is that I'm messing with this now, right? And putting in kind of proto strakes right there. And that doesn't seem to be screwing this. Center lift doesn't really go forward very much. Maybe if we make these do that. that right there is probably what we'll go with, right? But then see, like, if I go in here like this and we start messing with these and we start moving them up, that doesn't really mess with it too much. What if you took some ore out of the ore tank? What? Why? What is that gonna do? Aren't you trying to get the center of lift forward? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how moving the center of lift backwards higher is moving the center of lift forwards. I don't Ooh. Ooh, that looks mean. If you can picture it with nice blended wing tessellation, man, that, ooh. Ooh, I like that better. Oh, wow. Yeah, that looks really cool. I don't need to, bro handy, but I will. Dude, look at how... Okay, crazy thing here, dudes. That center of lift doesn't get near the center of mass, but we can compensate it because we have a ton of deflection. This will fly like this. It'll fly just fine. But you know what's nuts? Look at the center of lift stability here. It only really starts to deviate when you're level, and we're never gonna fly it like that, right? But look at that. It stays right where it doesn't move. Like, see that? It stays there no matter what angle you're at. See that? That's cool. Yeah, freaking shovel head. Yeah, I'll read. Oh, dude. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay, fellas. All right, here's the deal. We'll work on that strake wing next week. So, I know I was said, so here's the thing. I'm trying to go all the way to Crew 7, but Crew 7 coverage starts in about 2 hours, give or take. And that coverage is going to go deep into the morning. Crew 7 launches tonight. So, part of all that typing that I've been doing off stream is, well, I got recruited to be a subject matter expert for the NSF cast of the Crew 7 stream. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a break. Then when I get back, I'll be on the NSF stream, the NASA Spaceflight stream, and we'll do a Twitch rebroadcast. I'll restream it here too, and I'll watch both chats, basically like what I do. So Yeah. Because I got recruited for that, I got recruited by Mr. NASA Spaceflight himself. Chris B is like, you should do it. I'm like, I should do it. And he's like, you should do it. And I'm like, are you asking? Or are you telling? Don't forget about food. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here, and I'm kind of annoyed that we had a breakthrough right when I need to take a break, but actually, the more and more I look at it, the more and more I like that. The more and more I think that looks really good. Even with our crappy mocked up wings, I still think that looks nice. Wait, what's going on? I got recruited to be a subject matter expert for the NSF Crew 7 coverage. So, what'd you break through? Well, it's nothing that I didn't really put together, Hellfish. Like, I knew we needed a strake, but I didn't, like, we needed wing surface here instead of this just converging right there. I know we needed a strake, but finding the right piece to make that strake, I don't know why I didn't think of this before. I'd been using the swept wings to close up the shape, and then if you use the swept wing type B, combined with my wing tessellation, it will make a really nice straight surface. Look at that. And dude, so like sit back and look at it from this angle. Damn, that looks good. Damn. I think the proportion of the 45-degree wing leading edge to the outer tip is backwards. So what are you thinking? That's the wing. That's the scaled wingspan, Aqualex. Like, I would need something that goes like from there to there. It does look nice from that. Like, look at it from up here, where you could just get a profile of it. That does look pretty damn good. The last forward sweep is stubby. All right, well, here's the thing. Noodle on it over the weekend, and if you find a solution that jives with the wing tessellation, I'll consider it. So, here's what I'm going to do, fellas. I am going to take a break now, because I should be fresh for that NASA Spaceflight cast, and we will simulcast it to YouTube and Twitch, which we can do. We can do that. So, yeah, we'll get her done. It's going to be pretty cool. So, the other thing is, Aqualex, just one last thing. That will work very nicely. This will jive very nicely with KSP, but we might be able to modify it a little bit more, but I'm struggling to find the right parts that would get us the right angle for this. Unless, maybe, hold on, one last thing. Does that give us the correct angle? No, it doesn't. Maybe. I'm not saying cut the wing back. I'm saying push the 45-degree wing leading edge forward. Yeah, maybe. Now, if she's saying put another row, add another row each time here. So the wing leading edge is over here. It's right there instead. It's more parts, but we could do it. We're going to have to fiddle with it. We have a week starting Monday, so next week is basically going to be all Star Raker stuff. I do like this setup here. I really do. That looks really good. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. The amount of skin drag you have is quite high already. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, so the straight strakes right here will actually help. That'll help because we get rid of all those bent parts up at the front of the plane. And we can make it blend a lot better. All right, we'll work on that. We'll work on it. The more and more I look at this, the more and more I like it. That looks really nice.
Discovery,
And it will
go
fly
and throttle
better.
up.
Spubba dub dub. All right, Ian. Hey, thanks for the 56 months. Star Raker is going to be finished. We're going to finish it next week. Expect a power grind of Kerbal 1 gameplay before August ends. You don't scare me. Work on it. Yeah. What are you talking about? Yeah, the blue part. I know. All right, dudes. So, I'm going to be back. I'm doing the NSF coverage. I think Ryan is going to host with me, but we'll see. So, where's that image from? It's from that PDF, dude. So, yeah, we'll work on this on Monday. I'm thinking all next week. What's the calendar look like? Hold on. Yeah, we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Starfield comes out Friday. And I want to play Starfield. So we're going to need, that's 4 intense days of work. Yeah, Aqualex, I got you. I see what you're saying. We might need a bigger wing. I'm worried about part count, dude. At this point, this plane's going to end up being like 1,700 parts if we do stuff like that. So let's fiddle with it. We got to find a happy medium between what makes Kerbal happy and looking like the Star Raker. Because we can't, dude. There's no way that what they see in those drawings are what the final design is going to look like. It's a good indicator, but I think because they never actually went to try and make this thing, that we have some creative liberties. You know what I mean? But I do want to make it as close as possible. But there's also, as close as possible, and then there's also making it work in KSP. We need to do that. So, all right, guys. I'm going to stop for now. That was a good 10 hours of streaming here on my end. I'm going to take a couple-hour break, go hang out and eat dinner with Brimo, and I will be back here in about 2 hours simulcasting on NASA Spaceflight for the Crew 7 coverage. So, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys in a little bit. And, yeah, I hope you enjoyed the Star Raker coverage and the SpaceX static fire and stuff. It was all fun. Thanks for the stream, guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. And if I don't see you for the NSF coverage, I hope you have a good weekend. I'll see you on Monday. We will get this done. I said I'd get it done by the end of the month. We're going to do it. We are going to do it. We're close. We want that Star Raker so bad we can almost taste it. I got to start being more professional if we're going to do NSF. But anyway. All right. See you in a couple hours. Thank you very much for watching.